Chapter 12:23. Scary. Everyone sighed. Who would have thought that this would be the outcome? They thought that with the one-eyed pirates here, Ling Xiao would be dead for sure. However, of the people who had come, only the representative of the Water Spirit Hall remained. The rest had either died in battle or fled. No wonder this kid didn't even bother to leave. With such power and such strong helpers, who would they be afraid of? The Water Temple representative hasn't made a move yet. The outcome is still uncertain. After all, that representative is a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Although Ling Xiao and the others had displayed their overwhelming strength and destructive power, the strongest enemy here had yet to make a move. It was hard to say what the final outcome would be. On the other side, at the highest point of the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fuguang stood there and could clearly see the situation here. Hua Fuying was trapped by the restriction, but he could also see the situation here. Big sister, is this what you want me to see? Do you feel like you've been slapped in the face? Does it hurt? Hua Luiying smiled as he looked at his sister. She knew very well that her sister brought her here to let her see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Then, she would completely give up on the idea of being together with Ling Xiao. However, what her sister, Hua Fuguang, did not expect was that Ling Xiao would put on a good show. Slapped in the face? That's not necessarily true. The Water Temple representative hasn't made a move yet. I don't believe that Ling Xiao would dare to make a move on the Water Temple representative. Hua Fuguang gritted her teeth and said, Sister, it's not too late to let me go. If the Water Temple representative is killed later, even if we want to form an alliance with Ling Xiao, he won't care. Hua Fuying reminded her, You think too highly of him. Don't talk about defeating him. He wouldn't even dare to make a move on the Water Temple representative. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Hua Fuguang was still persevering. The Water Temple was such a terrifying existence. There was once a pirate group that was stronger than the Twin Flowers pirates operating in the Sin City Sea. That captain was also a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, but because he had spoken such arrogant words to the Water Spirit Temple's representative, he had been forced to leave. Even before they started, the pirate group was completely annihilated the next day. Everyone's bodies were floating on the sea, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Because of this, Hua Fuguang had always obeyed Water God Temple's orders and never dared to disobey. He was even more unwilling to offend them. You're not going to make a move? Ling Xiao finally looked at the high and mighty representative of the Water God Temple. From the very beginning, this person appeared to be superior to others, able to wantonly control the lives of others. You're not worthy of me making a move. The Water God Temple's representative coldly looked at Ling Xiao and said, If you have the guts, then don't leave the City of Sin today. I will let you know the fear of offending the Water God Temple. Hee, don't worry. Not only will I not leave the City of Sin today, I won't even leave this street. Ling Xiao smiled lightly and touched his storage ring. An open-air pavilion appeared on the street, blocking the sun from shining on it. Inside the pavilion, there were fruits, desserts, and tea. Lady Piao Shui, Cold Plum, Princess Yunya, go and rest. Let's solve this problem today. There's no need to delay it until tomorrow. After all, I still have to participate in the alchemy conference tomorrow. I can't afford to delay it. As Ling Xiao spoke, he directly sat there and picked up an apple to eat. Master, why don't I go and kill that Water God Temple's representative? Cold Plum lowered her voice and said, Absolutely not. Princess Yunya and Piao Shui said almost at the same time. Oh, why not? Ling Xiao originally wanted to agree to Cold Plum's request. After all, the Water God Temple's representative really wanted him dead. Princess Yunya told him the story of the pirate group's annihilation. Piao Shui also told him about the Everlasting Joy Celestial Islands experience. It was all related to the Water God Temple. That pirate group was annihilated because their leader spoke rudely. When the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island extended their influence to the White Tiger continent, they had a direct confrontation with the Water God Temple. The result was a crushing defeat. Not only did they lose many Grotto Heaven Realm warriors, but they also completely cut off the idea of extending their influence to the White Tiger continent. On the contrary, the Water God Temple's influence continued to expand in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent sea region. Although we can't wash our dirty linen in public, I still have to tell you that the Water God Temple is stronger than the 5 immortal islands. You can't afford to offend them, and your country can't afford to offend them either. Piao Shui said very seriously. Then what should I do? If he wants to kill me, should I stretch my neck and let him kill me? Ling Xiao asked in return. That's why I said that it's best to endure it. The Water God Temple's representative won't easily make a move. He can control others to attack you, but he usually won't make a move himself. Because once he makes a move, it may involve several major forces and cause a chaotic battle. Piao Shui said, if he really makes a move on you, it won't be too late to deal with him at that time. We can't make a move first. It's really troublesome, but since you said so, I'll give you face and also give the Water God Temple face. I hope they know what they're doing. Otherwise, no matter how many representatives they send, I'll kill all of them without mercy. Ling Xiao didn't want to stop, but he also knew that Piao Shui and Princess Yunya were doing this for his own good, so it didn't matter if he gave them some face. In any case, the Water God Temple's representative in front of him wasn't a very strong opponent. Even without the help of the Moon Maiden and the others, it was almost impossible for the representative to easily kill Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao couldn't kill him, he could still deal with him. After persuading Ling Xiao, Piao Shui and Princess Yunya went to persuade the Water God Temple's representative. They originally wanted to reconcile, but the other party didn't put them in his eyes at all. Chang'e's Celestial Island's strength is not bad, but the matters of the Water God Temple are not for you to worry about. As for the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, I'm afraid you alone can't represent it. If I remember correctly, the area manager in charge of the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Zhang Tianda, should also be in the City of Sin. Can he tolerate you helping that kid to become enemies with the Water God Temple? The Water God Temple's representative was obviously afraid of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, but he wasn't afraid of Princess Yunya, because Yunya couldn't represent the entire Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Ha ha ha, Representative Yin is right. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Suddenly, smoke billowed in the distance as another group of people arrived. It was none other than the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Zhang Tianda and his subordinates. Yunya, you're really daring. You actually dared to harm the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interest behind my back. How should you be punished? The first thing he said when he arrived was to question Princess Yunya. It could be seen that Zhang Tianda really didn't like Yunya. Harm the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interests? Why do you say that? Yunya asked indifferently. Chapter 12:24. Still playing dumb? You should understand that our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company has business dealings with the Water Spirit Temple, and Representative Yin and I are good friends. Today, you actually offended the Water Spirit Temple for a brat who came out of nowhere. Isn't this harming the interests of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? Zhang Tianda said righteously. What he said did make some sense. However, Yunya just smiled faintly and said, a mere Water Spirit Temple controls the waters of the Heavenly Dragon, Divine Phoenix, and White Tiger continents. The trade volume between our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and them doesn't exceed 300 million low-grade spirit stones a year, right? Zhang Tianda, are you going to protect them with such a small amount of trade volume? You're still not satisfied with 300 million low-grade spirit stones? Zhang Tianda frowned. What a joke. Our trade volume with the Celestial Empire has already exceeded 80 million low-grade spirit stones a month, and it will continue to increase in the future. Which side do you think I should help? Yunya sneered. So much. Hearing Yunya's words, Zhang Tianda was taken aback, but he glanced at Representative Yin and then said in a very tough tone, that's true, but the Water Spirit Temple is much stronger than the Celestial Empire. Offending them is not a good thing. You're provoking enemies for our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. What a joke. Since when did our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company have to be afraid of a mere Water Spirit Temple? Shouldn't interests be paramount? Believe it or not, I'll report to headquarters right now and see their response. Yunya said loudly. Shut up. I'm your boss. Do what I tell you to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't leave that brat, I'll treat you as a traitor and deal with you. Zhang Tianda couldn't argue with Yunya, so he could only bully her. Haha, why didn't you say so earlier? Why put on airs? Do you really think everyone is an idiot? Yunya smiled disdainfully, then looked at the people behind Zhang Tianda and said, All of you, listen up. Today is a grudge between me and Zhang Tianda. He disregarded the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interests, colluded with the Water God's temple, embezzled the trading company's assets, and attempted to destroy the trading company's largest source of income between the 3 continents. I don't need you to deal with him, but it's best if you don't interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The internal strife of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had long since entered a white-hot stage. In fact, there were fights everywhere. However, the headquarters had always turned a blind eye to this matter. They even treated it as a good thing to promote the evolution of the Heavenly Dragon Trading firm. This was because only the stronger one could emerge victorious in this battle. Because of this, Yunya was not worried that there would be any serious consequences after she killed Zhang Tianda. It would be better to say that she had to eliminate Zhang Tianda now. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to fully control the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's authority in the first 3 continents. Well, Yunya, this general manager has been waiting for you to say this. If you die later, don't blame me. Zhang Tianda sneered, then waved his hand, motioning for the people he brought to surround the pavilion where Ling Xiao and the others were. Use the array. At his command, those cultivators tossed out the strange jade tokens in their hands one after another. Then, a cage actually appeared, completely trapping Ling Xiao and the others. Although Zhang Tianda looked arrogant, he was much smarter than the one-eyed pirates. He knew that Ling Xiao and the others were strong and that it was not appropriate to fight them head-on, so he simply chose to trap them with a spirit array. Being trapped by my jade cage array, your internal strength and physical strength will slowly be exhausted. When you beg for death, I will give you a quick death. Zhang Tianda let out a cunning sneer, then sat beside the Yin representative. The two of them clinked glasses and drank, looking very proud. The warriors surrounding the jade cage array sat cross-legged and muttered, causing a burst of ear-piercing noise to be produced in the jade cage array. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably go crazy after a while. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. Not only was he good at spirit arrays, but his soul force was also extremely powerful. The moment Zhang Tianda set up the spirit array, he chose to fight with it. Not only did it isolate the noise, but it also completely isolated the danger of the jade cage array. However, Zhang Tianda didn't know this. You guys don't have to be nervous. Sit down and rest. I have some insights from the battle just now. Maybe I can break through. Ling Xiao had really benefited a lot from the battle just now. Next, he might have to face spirit array experts like Zhang Tianda or the Yin representative. He must improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Even if his cultivation improved a little, it would be a great improvement to his strength. Okay, since there was no pressure, they could just eat and chat. Waiting was fine. On the top floor of the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fuguang said coldly, "See, sister, this is Ling Xiao's end." Even the people from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company came to deal with him. I have seen the power of this jade cage array with my own eyes. Even a spirit array expert would find it difficult to break through, unless they are good at spirit arrays. Ling Xiao is a martial arts genius and also a monster in the medicine world. However, he can't possibly know about spirit arrays, right? This time, he is finished. The people who helped him are also finished. Hua Luiying frowned and looked into the distance nervously. Although to ordinary people, the scene in the distance was just a black dot, to warriors like them, the scenery in the distance could be seen clearly. No, sister. I believe that he will break out of the array. He definitely will. Hua Luiying actually didn't have any reason to support her words. She just felt that such a proud man, such an indomitable man, such a brave young man, couldn't possibly be finished like this. Of course, the most important thing was that Ling Xiao was the man that Hua Luiying liked. How could her man be so useless? The entire Long Street suddenly became quiet. Ling Xiao was cultivating in the jade cage array. Because the jade cage array would produce an energy storm during its operation, it blocked everyone's vision. Therefore, they couldn't see clearly what was happening inside the array and what was happening to the people inside. At first, it was fine, but the energy storm became stronger and stronger. Even the eyes of warriors couldn't see through the layers of barriers. The representative of Yin country and Zhang Tianda drank and chatted on the armored airship. The two of them were very relaxed at first. As for the onlookers, it was as if they were watching a tense show. Although they felt very hungry and uncomfortable, almost no one left. They all stared at the situation on the long street with their eyes wide open. Perhaps what was going to happen next was something that they could never imagine. Therefore, they really couldn't miss it. Waiting was too tiring. From the sun hanging high in the sky until the lights on the long street lit up and darkness descended, an entire day had passed. Chapter 12:25. They had waited for a whole day. The warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company who were responsible for maintaining the Jade Cage Array were so tired that they were seeing stars. The onlookers also felt that their physical strength was seriously exhausted. Some people simply took out food and elixirs from their storage rings to replenish their energy. However, the Jade Cage Array was still very calm and showed no signs of breaking. Zhang Tianda suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "Representative Yin, I think it's about time. Even if Ling Xiao is a super genius, he has been in the Jade Cage Array for such a long time. I think it's about time for him to die. Why don't we open the Jade Cage Array together?" Representative Yin was about to speak when a whistling sound suddenly sounded in the sky. Another flywheel ship descended. This flywheel ship was larger than the one-eyed pirates. It directly landed on the houses and crushed countless houses. Many warriors were unable to escape in time and were crushed to death by the flywheel ship. Jade Wave Island. This is Jade Wave Island's Skywater flywheel ship. Whether its size or quality, it's better than the one-eyed pirate's ironclad flywheel ship. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. Many people did not understand why the people of Jade Wave Island were here. Of course, many people knew the reason. Ling Xiao killed Mo Xiaoyu in the Black Wind Tower. That's the young island master of Jade Wave Island. How can Jade Wave Island not send someone to take revenge? Then, won't Ling Xiao be dead? He offended Water Spirit Temple, Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, and now Jade Wave Island. This kid is really hateful. Cut the crap. If he doesn't want to act humble, he'll have to offend people. Ling Xiao must have thought of such an outcome. Now, I really want to know how he's going to face these three powerful forces. As the people of Jade Wave Island arrived, heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky. It was as if they were crying for Mo Xiaoyu. Jade Wave Island is here for revenge. Unrelated people, get lost. I'll give you 30 breaths of time. There was a person standing at the bow of the ship. He was clad in black armor and looked extraordinarily valiant. Although his hair was messy, no one dared to underestimate him. This person's way of doing things was really overbearing. He didn't care who the person next to him was. He just opened his mouth and told him to get lost. He was really worthy of being an expert of Jade Wave Island. The surrounding cultivators did not dare to disobey him and retreated further away. Anyway, as cultivators, even if they were further away, they could still see if they wanted to watch the show. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Water Spirit Temple's representative. He stood up and was about to speak, but was stopped by Zhang Tianda. "Representative Yin, leave this matter to me. I've known this person for a long time." "All right." Representative Yin nodded and said. Zhang Tianda stood up and looked at the person at the bow of the ship. "Old friend, since you're here, why don't you come down for a chat? Our common goal is that brat Ling Xiao. It's not good to kill each other." "Zhang Tianda?" "Yes, that's me." "All right, for your sake, I'll come down for a chat." The person at the bow of the ship suddenly jumped down. A height of more than 20 meters was like flat ground to a martial artist. It posed no threat at all. "Ha ha ha, it really is you, Venerable Poison Soul." Zhang Tianda laughed out loud. Venerable Poison Soul. Hearing this title, many of the spectating cultivators subconsciously took a few steps back. This Venerable Poison Soul was an inner elder of Green Ripple Island, a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that this guy killed people like scything flax. His use of poison was terrifying. Whether it was innocent or enemy, once he got angry, he would not let anyone off. Venerable Poison Soul was the number 4 figure of Green Ripple Island. Apart from the Island Master and the 2 Vice Island Masters, he was the next in line. Now that the island master was in closed-door cultivation, the two vice island masters could not leave the island without permission. Therefore, as the number 4 figure, he naturally had to avenge Imo Xiaoyu. Otherwise, once the island master came out of seclusion, they would all be punished and might even be killed in anger. Zhang Tianda, you and this water spirit temple representative shouldn't get involved in this matter. That brat Ling Xiao and I have an irreconcilable enmity. He almost destroyed my sect, and now he killed the son of our island master. I must kill him with my own hands to relieve the hatred in my heart. Venerable Poison Soul looked at Zhang Tianda and the Yin family representative and said, Hee, I have heard of this. You used to be the sect master of the Poison King sect on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Now that you are an inner elder of Green Ripple Island, it is not a grievance for you. Zhang Tianda said with a smile, Humph, how can a sect master be happy and free? Although Venerable Poison Soul was the number 4 figure in Green Ripple Island, he still had to be ordered around by the 3 people in front of him. His status was not low, but in the end, he was still someone's subordinate. If he was in the Poison King sect, he would be the boss. No matter when, he would have the final say. But now, it was naturally different. Because of this, he hated Ling Xiao. He attributed the change in his status and his tragedy to the rise of Ling Xiao. If it were not for Ling Xiao, his Poison King sect would not have been miserable to such an extent. If it were not for Ling Xiao, he would have been able to act like a tyrant in the true Devil Empire. As a traitor, his dream was broken by Ling Xiao. After the true Devil Empire was defeated, he fled to Green Ripple Island in a sorry state. Although he said that he had become an elder, in fact, he was just a free thug for others. He hated Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who made him run around like a mouse. Since we have the same goal, why should we quarrel over such a small matter? Venerable Poison Soul, since you hate that brat so much, I will help you open the Jade Cage Array and kill him. Zhang Tianda said with a smile, I want that brat to suffer a fate worse than death. If he dies too easily, it will make me very unhappy. Venerable Poison Soul said coldly, Then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. An indifferent voice came out from the Jade Cage Array. The energy storm began to quickly recede, and the situation inside became clearer. Ling Xiao was still sitting there, untouched by a speck of dust. Beside him, Cold Plum, Phoenix Cry, Piao Shui, and Princess Yunya stood with a dignified look on their faces. Only Ling Xiao's face was still as bright as the sun, as if nothing could make him afraid. Impossible. Above the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fu Guang looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. After staying in the Jade Cage Array for so long, he didn't look weak at all. Instead, his face was glowing. It was obvious that his strength had improved. Nothing is impossible, sister. You should listen to my advice. Ling Xiao is not an ordinary person. If he died so easily, he wouldn't be here today. Hurry up and make a decision. Choose him or Water God Temple. Hua Fuing said with a smile. Shut up. In any case, our Twin Flowers pirates can't get involved in this battle. I admit that I underestimated Ling Xiao, but do you think he can escape the attack of Venerable Poison Soul, Zhang Tianda, and Yin representative? Hua Fu Guang shouted excitedly. Chapter 12:26. But sister, you have to make a choice now. Once Representative Yin is killed, the Twin Flowers pirates will definitely be blamed by the Water God Temple. You have to think carefully. Hua Luiying said calmly. Hua Fu Guang was stunned. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. Why did she repeatedly make mistakes in judgment and make a fool of herself in front of her sister? But sister, you have to know that the members of the Twin Flowers pirates are poor women from all over the world. We have to protect their lives. If we help Ling Xiao, we will have to face the merciless revenge of the Water God Temple. Hua Fu Guang gradually calmed down and said, Let's go to the Sky Dragon continent. There are many things waiting to be done in the Celestial Empire. If we go there, we will definitely have a chance to develop. We can't always let our sisters be pirates, right? Hua Luiying said. Hua Fu Guang was silent for a moment. Suddenly, she reached out and removed Hua Luiying's seal. Sister, I hope you are right. At the same time, on the street, Zhang Tianda and Representative Yin were very surprised to see Ling Xiao safe and sound. Zhang Tianda, is this the effect of your so-called jade cage formation? This is too embarrassing. Let's hurry up and leave. Watch how I destroy this demon. Venerable Poisonous Soul looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred. When he joined the true demonic empire, he was only a beginner in the Grotto Heaven realm. But after the true demonic empire's comprehensive transformation of his body, he was now a third Grotto Heaven realm elite. This kind of improvement only took a little more than a year. It was extremely fast. He didn't care about the aftereffects of this transformation. He also didn't care if the true demonic empire used him as a lab rat or a test subject. He only knew that his strength was increasing very quickly. Ling Xiao destroyed the true demonic empire and blocked his path of cultivation. He must kill Ling Xiao today, not only for revenge, but also to get rid of this terrifying monster. Ling Xiao's improvement was too fast. He couldn't get used to it at all. This kind of speed was like sitting on the fastest flying sword. He was afraid that in a year or two, or even a few months, he wouldn't be Ling Xiao's opponent. Now was the best time to kill Ling Xiao. Zhang Tianda removed the jade cage array. His expression was somewhat gloomy. However, this expression was more for Princess Yunya. Compared to Ling Xiao, he naturally wanted Princess Yunya to die more. Venerable Poison Soul, I'll leave Ling Xiao to you. Representative Yin, please help me kill that woman. Zhang Tianda was naturally referring to Yunya. As for the other one, leave her to me. They completely disregarded Ling Xiao and the others. They were already planning to divide the spoils of war. All right. The other two did not refuse. Venerable Poison Soul hated Ling Xiao to death, so he had to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. In fact, it doesn't matter who Yin representative kills. He just wants all the people who attacked the one-eyed pirates to die. It didn't matter who he killed. Ling Xiao, don't worry. I won't let you die so easily. I will take good care of you and make you wish you were dead. Venerable Poison Soul looked at Ling Xiao with a ferocious smile. Is that so? Just don't fail miserably when the time comes. Ling Xiao said lightly. No one could tell what he was thinking at this time. People were very confused. At this time, Ling Xiao could still be so unscrupulous? What was he relying on? Whoosh! Cold Plum suddenly released a cold aura and controlled her cultivation to the third Grotto Heaven realm, which was exactly the same as Venerable Poison Soul's cultivation. Master, you don't need to do anything. I'll kill this Venerable Poison Soul. Third Grotto Heaven realm. That girl is actually an expert of the third Grotto Heaven realm. It's no wonder that so many of the one-eyed pirates died before. It's just like an egg hitting a stone. The crowd exclaimed. Although many people had guessed that Long Mei's strength was not ordinary, they did not expect Long Mei to be so powerful. Venerable Poison Soul also frowned. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Hee, if Venerable Poison Soul doesn't mind, how about leaving that little girl to me? A ghostly laughter came from the sky. Then, a figure appeared in front of Cold Plum. Hua Fuguang. Representative Yin nodded in satisfaction. Hua Fuguang, you came at the right time. Help Venerable Poison Soul stop that woman, and I'll consider it a great merit. Yes, Representative Yin. Hua Fuguang glanced at Representative Yin and then turned to Cold Plum. Where's Hua Fuiying? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. She's already dead. Hua Fuguang said lightly. She's my sister, but she betrayed me in Water God Temple for a man. She must die. Is that so? Ling Xiao saw an unusual color in Hua Fuguang's eyes. He suddenly walked up and gently patted Cold Plum's shoulder. Then, he whispered a few words in her ear. Cold Plum's expression didn't change, but she naturally understood what Ling Xiao meant. Yes, Master. I'll do as you say. Cold Plum had always obeyed Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't right, she wouldn't refute him. Moreover, today, she felt that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. Thus, Cold Plum faced Hua Fuguang. Zhang Tianda faced Phoenix Cry Piao Shui. Representative Yin faced Princess Yunya. As for Ling Xiao, he faced Venerable Poison Soul. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui didn't dare to underestimate Zhang Tianda. She also released the aura of a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Fourth Grotto Heaven Realm. This realm was much higher than Imo Xiaoyou's. Actually, from this point, it could be seen that the young warriors from Changle Celestial Island were really more powerful than those from 7 Martial Grandmasters Island. Although Divine Phoenix Empire was said to be on the same level as 7 Martial Grandmasters Island, they were actually much stronger. It was just that 5 Immortal Island was restricting them, so Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire couldn't expand wildly. Otherwise, with the ambition of Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire, they would probably be on the same level as 5 Immortal Island very soon. Good girl. Changle Celestial Island has a true genius. You've already reached the 4th Grotto Heaven realm at such a young age. You really surprised me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, Changle Celestial Island and our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company still have a very close business relationship. I'll love you well. Zhang Tianda looked at Phoenix Cry Piao Shui. Although he was a little surprised, in his opinion, Phoenix Cry Piao Shui was still no match for him. Although their cultivation levels were similar, he was more experienced and ruthless. Princess Yunya also revealed part of her strength. She was also at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm like Representative Yin. Good fellow, those 3 women are actually all Grotto Heaven realm warriors. This Ling Xiao has the lowest cultivation among them? People really didn't know what to say about this scene. They only felt that it was a little ridiculous. Ling Xiao's cultivation was clearly inferior to those 3 women, but they all seemed to listen to him. Chapter 12:27. Little rascal, your luck with women isn't shallow. It's just a pity that you won't have such fortune in the future. Meeting me is your life's greatest sorrow. The better Ling Xiao's situation was, the more jealous and unhappy Empyrean Poison Soul became. He must humiliate Ling Xiao in front of everyone, especially in front of those 3 women. Maybe not. Before everything ends, no one can say for sure. Ling Xiao looked at Empyrean Poison Soul and said indifferently, "Killing you. This old man won't need 7 moves. Do you believe me?" Empyrean Poison Soul originally wanted to say that he could kill Ling Xiao in 3 moves, but on second thought, this boy was too cunning and couldn't be underestimated. So, he changed the 3 moves to 7 moves. He believed that killing Ling Xiao in 7 moves was extremely safe. In any case, Ling Xiao's helpers were all blocked by experts at this moment, so no one came to hinder him. "I don't believe you." Ling Xiao shook his head and said calmly, "Maybe I'm not your match, but killing me in 7 moves? Are you daydreaming?" At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. But even so, they didn't quite understand where Ling Xiao, a Heaven Realm martial artist, got such confidence from when facing a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. "Little rascal, I know you're arrogant, but soon, you won't have this chance." Empyrean Poison Soul knew Ling Xiao and had even experienced the power of Ling Xiao's silver tongue, so he didn't plan on talking nonsense. A gloomy aura erupted from his body and pervaded the surroundings. On the ground, an ant crawled by and suddenly fell to the ground, quickly turning into a drop of black water. Terrifying. All the spectating martial artists were glad that they had retreated far away. Otherwise, within this range, even if they weren't as miserable as an ant, they would probably be seriously injured. Behind Empyrean Poison Soul, a phantom floated out. Gloomy and cold. It was a fellow covered in green, with green poison oozing from every part of his body. He looked like a giant toad. Poison Toad Martial Soul. The crowd couldn't help but tremble. Although it wasn't an immemorial martial soul. However, martial artists were most unwilling to encounter a martial soul that contained a lethal poison, because it was really troublesome. The poisonous toad stared at Ling Xiao with its huge eyes. The sound of the poisonous toad could be heard in the air, accompanied by a gloomy poisonous gas. It made people feel as if they had stepped into a poisonous pond. After 7 moves, you will definitely die. Venerable Poison Soul didn't want to waste time, so he didn't intend to show any mercy. He immediately released his martial soul, the venomous toad. This poison toad martial spirit was no longer in its original state. It was obvious that it had condensed a lot of other toxins and had become stronger. It was even more terrifying. The other battles also began at the same time. But the spectating cultivators seemed to be more interested in the battle between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul. This was because, at least in terms of cultivation, the other battles were evenly matched. It would probably take a long time for the battle to end. However, the battle between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul was the one with the least suspense and the most suspense. The least suspense was because Venerable Poison Soul's cultivation base was much higher than Ling Xiao's. The most suspenseful was Ling Xiao. He was definitely not an ordinary young genius. He was a miracle worker, a person that no one could see through. Furthermore, Venerable Poison Soul had said that he would kill Ling Xiao in 7 moves, which made the spectating cultivators even more interested. What would the situation be like after 7 moves? Ling Xiao didn't continue talking nonsense. He didn't let anyone help him against Venerable Poison Soul. This included the Moon Lady and the Yuan Venerate in his body. He wanted to test his potential and use this battle with Venerable Poison Soul to further stimulate his innate talent. In the blink of an eye, he had already entered the realm of controlling heaven and earth. In his mountain river world, all the scenes on this long street appeared for the time being. And all of this was within his control. This was his world, the territory that belonged to him. Now that someone wanted to deal with him and kill him here, he had a reason to defend his territory. This was something that any male life form had to do. Croak, croak. Venerable Poison Soul lay there, croaking like a frog. His aura was clearly gathering at an accelerated rate. Boom. After a loud explosion, Venerable Poison Soul suddenly scuttled away. The place he had been lying on had already been torn apart, and the bluestone floor had been reduced to rubble. In mid-air, Venerable Poison Soul condensed a huge poisonous claw made of origin energy. This was a poisonous claw made of domain origin energy. The claw, which was the size of a millstone, clawed viciously at Ling Xiao. It was extremely ruthless and overbearing, as if it wasn't willing to give Ling Xiao any chance of survival. The ferocious croaking of the poisonous toad continued. Surprisingly, every time the poisonous toad croaked, the glow of the poisonous claw became brighter. The surrounding crowd gasped when they saw the huge poisonous claw. They believed that Venerable Poison Soul would crush Ling Xiao in a crushing manner. However, when the huge green poisonous claw was less than a meter away from Ling Xiao, the nails on the poisonous claw suddenly flew out. The distance was so close and the speed of the nails was so fast. It was basically impossible for a Skyman martialist to react in time. The spectating martialists were dumbfounded. No way. Is there a need to use such a cunning and sinister move to deal with Ling Xiao? They knew that Venerable Poison Soul was sinister and cunning, and his moves had always been unusual. What they didn't understand was that Venerable Poison Soul was so much stronger than Ling Xiao, yet he still used such a despicable method. Wasn't this a little too degrading? However, even if it was degrading, the spectators still felt that Ling Xiao was doomed. This attack was too sudden, and the nails on the huge green claw were as sharp as the strongest immortal-grade artifacts. Even if it was Ling Xiao, it was impossible for him to completely dodge at such a close distance. It was even more impossible for him to completely block it. However, the spectators didn't know that for Ling Xiao, such a trick was just superfluous. Ling Xiao, who was in the realm of controlling heaven and earth, was a god in this world. Although this god's strength was somewhat weak and couldn't control most of the power in this world. However, he was naturally more familiar with this place than his opponent, and more at ease. He knew every movement of every element in the air like the back of his hand. What Venerable Poison Soul wanted to do, he knew better than anyone. Unless the opponent was much stronger than him, they could break the balance of power in this world. Otherwise, he would be in an invincible position here. He couldn't defeat his opponent, and his opponent couldn't injure him either. Although Venerable Poison Soul was very strong, he still couldn't break this balance, at least not in a short time. Chapter 12:28. What was he thinking? What was he doing? Ling Xiao had even figured out where he would appear in the end. Crack, crack, crack. The dark green nails pierced through Ling Xiao's body. Unfortunately, it was just an afterimage. The nails hit the ground, shattering several pieces of the bluestone floor. Some pitiful bugs on the ground also died. Bang! The moment he dodged the attack, Ling Xiao even launched a counterattack. The shadow all hit Venerable Poison Sal's back. Although this attack did not cause the slightest injury to Venerable Poison Soul, Venerable Poison Sal's face was very ugly. One move, Ling Xiao retreated and stood in the distance, looking indifferently at Venerable Poison Soul with a smile. This guy is too strong. What is his cultivation? Facing Venerable Poison Soul, who is at the third Grotto Heaven realm, not only can he easily dodge the attack, but he can also counterattack? Yes, although the counterattack did not seem to have any effect, to be able to do this, he is much stronger than Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao. In the crowd, many people wanted to treat Ling Xiao as a role model for the younger generation. This guy could actually play with Venerable Poison Soul in the palm of his hand. Cunning little vile spawn. Venerable Poison Soul was very unhappy. He had said that he wanted Ling Xiao to make a fool of himself here, but Ling Xiao had dodged his first attack so beautifully and had even landed a blow on him. This guy really could not be underestimated. Kill. Venerable Poison Soul increased his speed, and his attacks became sharper and faster. What was even more terrifying was that he used all kinds of cunning and sinister moves in succession. Every time, it would shock the surrounding cultivators and make them secretly curse him for being sinister. Generally speaking, no one was willing to easily encounter a cultivator like Venerable Poison Soul because this kind of cultivator was too difficult to deal with. However, when it came to Ling Xiao, it became his favorite to encounter. Thus, Venerable Poison Sal's second move was easily dodged by Ling Xiao. At the same time, Ling Xiao attacked Venerable Poison Soul again. Although there was still no effect, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. It seemed like he was very confident and had a card up his sleeve. The third move was the same. Not only was Ling Xiao able to dodge skillfully, but he was also able to find opportunities to attack different parts of Venerable Poison Sal's body. Can someone tell me what's going on? Is Venerable Poison Soul too weak, or is Ling Xiao too strong? This isn't a simple matter of strength. Ling Xiao is just too good at dodging. He seems to be able to predict his opponent's attack every time, and then calmly choose to dodge. Foresight? I've heard that once one's soul force reaches a certain degree, they can temporarily foresee their opponent's attacks. But even a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist can't foresee every attack accurately. I don't understand. I really don't understand. This Ling Xiao is simply a mystery. That's right. I'm starting to doubt it now. Venerable Poison Soul wants to finish him off in 7 moves? Is that really possible? In the crowd, there was no lack of people with good eyesight. Some people had already guessed how Ling Xiao was able to dodge Venerable Poison Soul's attacks. So, it was impossible for Venerable Poison Soul not to have guessed it. Old bastard, didn't you say you would kill me in 7 moves? It's already been 3 moves, but you haven't even touched the corner of my clothes. Are your words just a fart? Ling Xiao sneered as he looked at Venerable Poison Soul. Yes, 3 out of 7 moves had already passed. Only 4 moves remained. Let alone killing Ling Xiao, Venerable Poison Soul hadn't even touched Ling Xiao. What was this? Was Venerable Poison Soul not in his best condition today? At this time, Venerable Poison Soul was thinking that he was lucky he hadn't said that he would kill Ling Xiao in 3 moves. Otherwise, he would have really lost face today. But he was still confident in 7 moves. The first few moves were just probing moves. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao in the final move, he wouldn't lose face. The one to lose face would only be Ling Xiao. The one who had the last laugh was the one who had the best laugh. Venerable Poison Soul now knew that Ling Xiao was terrifying because of his foresight and speed. The combination of these two was simply the end of the world for ordinary martial artists. This was because he could judge your next move and rely on his speed to avoid it. When facing him, you would always be a beat slower. So, the only way to deal with Ling Xiao was to be faster than him or use a powerful force to deter the opponent. Schemes and machinations would be meaningless. He had used the wrong method for the first 3 moves. A knowing smile appeared on his cold and sinister face before it quickly turned cold. Around his body, a dark green light began to circulate crazily, faster and faster. The power in his body seemed like it was about to erupt. Guab! the poison-toed martial spirit let out an even more ferocious cry. It was so shocking that many of the surrounding martial artists subconsciously retreated. Gwa, gwab. With an even more intense cry, the poison-toed martial spirit wrapped around Venerable Poison Sal's body and gradually shrank. In the end, Venerable Poison Sal's entire body looked like it was wrapped in a layer of leather made from the poison-toed martial spirit. Because of that, he looked like a toad that was only one person. Although this situation looked funny, no one laughed. The power contained in the poison toad's body was too terrifying. Everyone was worried that they would become the target of this poison toad's attack. Naturally, Ling Xiao also felt the terrifying power that was bursting forth from the godly general. He didn't dare to be negligent. The fiery scarlet sun feather raiment burned on his body. The cold light on the underworld shadow sword also became sharper. Offense was the best defense. Ling Xiao had always thought so. So, from the beginning, he didn't plan to defend or dodge. Suddenly, the poison toad opened its mouth and shot out a tongue that was more than 10 meters long. This speed was even faster than Ling Xiao's body. A martial artist at the third Grotto Heaven realm had this ability. At that moment, Ling Xiao's choice was shocking. He didn't retreat or dodge. Instead, he stabbed out with his sword. A crazy sword intent poured out from the underworld shadow sword. It was like a surging river that had burst a dam. It was so surging. Behind Ling Xiao was a world of its own. Power poured out from it. The light on his body was even brighter, and the temperature was even higher. The sword intent on his sword was even denser, and the sword chi was even sharper. Open. The tip of the tongue let out a roar like spring thunder. Ling Xiao's underworld shadow sword had already pierced towards the long and poisonous tongue. At this moment, the underworld shadow sword was flexible but sharp. The long sword wrapped in sword intent emitted a strong destructive sword intent. It destroyed everything, including the seemingly indestructible poison-toed tongue. Boom! The collision between the sword and the tongue caused a loud sound and tremor on the long street. The ground caved in and the nearby houses collapsed. After a moment of collision, Ling Xiao's body flew back uncontrollably. In this collision, Ling Xiao was obviously at a disadvantage. After all, the other party was a martial artist at the third Grotto Heaven realm, while Ling Xiao had just broken through to the 10 Directions Heaven realm. The gap between them was huge. Chapter 12:29. After all, the difference in cultivation between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul was too great. In this head-on collision, Ling Xiao was directly pushed back dozens of meters. After dozens of meters, Ling Xiao finally stopped. His shadow sword had drawn a mark on the ground that was dozens of meters long. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He was obviously injured. However, it was not very heavy. Venerable Poison Soul also looked at his chest in surprise. Unknowingly, his chest had been struck by Ling Xiao's attack. Although it was only a shallow mark and did not cause him the slightest harm, he was beginning to feel a little annoyed. For moves, old vile spawn. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said with a proud smile, "Haha, you blocked the fourth move so miserably. Can you really block the next 3 moves?" Venerable Poison Soul laughed disdainfully. Although he was smiling, he was a little angry in his heart. It was clearly a head-on collision, but he did not gain much of an advantage. Even if Ling Xiao was injured, it was meaningless if he was not killed. He was a dignified third Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, but he could not even easily kill a puny Sky realm martial artist. If this were to spread out, it would be really embarrassing. Fortunately, there were still 3 moves left. He would not give Ling Xiao a chance to speak again. "Can't block it?" Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, "Old vile spawn, haven't you noticed that I've left 3 marks on your body? If our cultivations were the same, you would be dead by now. I'm not blocking your attacks, I'm attacking you. Your weak attacks are nothing more than tickling this old man." Venerable Poison Soul said rather unhappily, "Is that so? Then I'll continue tickling you." Ling Xiao never did useless work. He knew that Venerable Poison Soul had an amazing defense, so he did not think that he could break the other party's defense from the beginning. He was thinking about how to defeat the other party without breaking the other party's defense. That's right. Defeat the other party. Even if this possibility was only a pitiful 1%, he was still willing to fight for it. If he didn't fight, then he would have nothing. If he went all out, he might still have a chance. An even more terrifying sword and tint burned. The world behind Ling Xiao became even clearer. The sun and moon rotated in that world, releasing an incomparably powerful pressure. The mountain-river world's incomparably domineering will could crush any battle intent in the profound world. It complemented Ling Xiao's heaven and earth control realm perfectly. Ling Xiao wasn't angry, but he already had the intention to kill. He hadn't done anything wrong, but people had come knocking on his door time and time again. This was just because people thought he was weak. Even if he couldn't kill Venerable Poison Soul today, he definitely wouldn't let him have an easy time. 7 moves to take his life? What did he take Ling Xiao for? Ants? Or was he the little beggar who was bullied on the street in the past? He was unhappy, very unhappy. Although there was no anger on his face, nor was there anger in his heart was gloomy and cold. Facing the humiliation of others, getting angry couldn't solve any problems. Defeating him, killing him, and counterattacking him, this was what Ling Xiao should do. From the beginning, he didn't think of just avoiding Venerable Poison Soul's 7 moves. After 7 moves, he wanted to shock everyone. That Ling Xiao, he can't really think that he can defeat Venerable Poison Soul, right? What do you know? That's called dignity. A martial artist must defend their own dignity. Even if you know that you'll lose, you absolutely can't compromise on this matter. That's right. Looks like Ling Xiao seems to have broken through to the 10 Directions Heaven realm. But even so, he's absolutely not a match for Venerable Poison Soul. This battle is a battle of his dignity. That's right. As long as he can leave even a scar on Venerable Poison Soul's body, it's enough to be proud. In the crowd, many people were sweating profusely for Ling Xiao. They were even moved by Ling Xiao's actions. But no one was optimistic about Ling Xiao. The cultivation disparity was too great. It was hard for Ling Xiao to even preserve his life, so how could he talk about injuring Venerable Poison Soul? The final outcome of this battle might really be Ling Xiao enduring until the 7th move and suffering a crushing defeat, losing his life. But if he could leave even a trace of a scar on Venerable Poison Soul before dying, that would be good enough. But Ling Xiao did not have their miscellaneous thoughts. His soul was an unyielding soul, a proud soul, a stubborn soul. Clearly knowing that he was not a match, he still went to fight. This was Ling Xiao. Putting it a bit harshly, this was a lunatic. But the number of times Ling Xiao was treated as a lunatic was already more than once. Ha 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 ha. Foolish brat, do you really think that by relying on your 10 Directions Heaven Realm cultivation, you can contend with this old man's 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation? You're simply a lunatic talking. Although Venerable Poison Soul laughed loudly, his heart was strangely furious. For the other party to be able to attack, that meant that he did not suppress the other party. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. The dark green poisonous toad gradually changed colors. Its body became multicolored, looking very beautiful, but also extremely dangerous. This kind of move, Venerable Poison Soul originally planned on using it to deal with opponents stronger than him. But today, facing Ling Xiao, he actually executed it, because he wanted Ling Xiao to die. Furthermore, the 5th move was going to kill Ling Xiao. He did not wish to drag it out anymore. Dragging it out was a kind of wear and tear to his fighting intent. But Ling Xiao's fighting intent would only become stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao looked at him coolly, the sublime shadow sword in his hand condensing power once more. This was a sublime shadow sword. But at the same time, it was also a sword of impermanence, a sword of slaughter, a sword of destruction. The same weapon, in the hands of different people, would unleash completely different effects. The sublime shadow sword chose Ling Xiao, and also chose the master that it felt was most suitable for it. The current Ling Xiao's entire person was enveloped by sword intent, like a peerless divine weapon that was unsheathed. The sharp sword intent seemed to be able to pierce even the sky, merely breaking through to 10 Directions Heaven, but his sword intent is several times stronger than before. Breaking through so quickly, and the improvement is so great, this is simply a different kind of person. Python Sky looked at this scene and was extremely shocked in his heart. This kid can't be left alive. If he stays, he'll become a scourge sooner or later. He looked at Ling Xiao and also had the intention to kill. Although the Moon Lady gave him too much of a shock, he believed that their Black Python clan's head, Python 5, could definitely block the Moon Lady's attack. This way, they might really be able to kill Ling Xiao. It was just that when to make a move, he still needed to report to the head. Thinking up to here, he whispered a few words to a subordinate behind him. That person turned around and left quickly. Not bad, not bad. Your fighting intent is very strong. Your sword intent is very thick. But Ling Xiao, you don't have domain essence energy. How are you going to resist me? A Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Venerable Poison Soul sneered. A Grotto Heaven actually gradually condensed around his body. Chapter 1230. Poisonous Toad Paradise. Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at the paradise around Venerable Poison Soul. This space was filled with gloomy venom and poisonous gas. Countless poisonous toads were letting out irritating and frightening cries. It was obvious that Venerable Poison Soul's paradise domain was more solid. It was much more powerful than the two early-stage Paradise Realm fellows that Ling Xiao had met in the Heavenly Dragon Continent. At this moment, Venerable Poison Soul was the king of the poisonous toads in this paradise. All of the poisonous toads looked to him as their leader. Not only did he have the poisonous toad's venom, powerful jumping ability, and the ability to suddenly extend their tongues, he also had the control of this paradise. As mentioned before, Zoan martial souls and plant martial souls could grow along with a martial artist growth. They were like the demonic beasts of the mystic world, growing stronger and stronger. Of course, natural martial souls and special-type martial souls could also grow, but the way of growth was not as direct as animal and plant martial souls. It seems that One-Eyed Dragon said the same thing before he died. However, his origin energy domain doesn't seem to be as strong as he boasted. Ling Xiao took a step forward, and his sword domain appeared at almost the same time. His sword domain was not the real paradise domain. It was simulated by the Mountain River martial soul, but its power was not weak. Since there was a gap in the quality of his internal energy, he had to use other methods to make up for it. Holy King's Eye. The Tai Chi Eye rotated, and a figure with an indistinct appearance appeared above Ling Xiao's head. Golden light flashed, and a battle song sounded. It was Ling Xiao's self-created battle song. As the battle song sounded, Ling Xiao's body was wrapped in a layer of brand-new energy, and his condition began to rise. Can I be invincible with my origin energy domain? The gap in the quality of my internal energy is not unbridgeable, as long as my soul is strong enough. Ling Xiao took a step forward once more, and a frenzied battle intent engulfed the entire street like a blanket. Everyone was a little shocked. This kind of horrifying battle intent, was it really just released by a martial artist with 10 Directions Heaven cultivation? Wasn't this too terrifying? At this moment, Ling Xiao exuded a powerful, unyielding, and fearless aura. Standing there, he was like an undefeatable god of war. He was like an elegant sword immortal. Stop being so pretentious. Die. Venerable Poison Soul had clearly noticed the change in Ling Xiao and knew that he could no longer tolerate Ling Xiao's increase in strength. Otherwise, he really didn't have the confidence to kill him within 7 moves. In that moment, thousands of ugly poisonous toads of various colors rushed out from the poison toad paradise, causing many martial artists to feel goosebumps rise all over their bodies as they shivered. The poisonous toads condensed into a terrifying wave of poisonous toads, and all of them rushed towards Ling Xiao, wanting to completely drown Ling Xiao. Quick! Within the sword domain, countless sword rays pierced through the air. Ling Xiao had once learned the imperial sword technique and mastered the sword formation, so his control over the sword domain was much smoother. After all, this was something that originated from the same system. Radiant Sword Domain. This was the 7th profound of the profound truths of light. Ling Xiao's previous battle with the One-Eyed Dragon not only broke through to the 10 Directions Heaven Realm, but he also comprehended the sword domain. From this, he comprehended the 7th profound of the profound truths of light and shadow. following his loud and clear roar. The countless sword lights actually all emitted a blazing light that was as hot as the sun. Then, they turned into countless rays of light and instantly enveloped the thousands of poisonous toads. Destroy! The sharp sword chi merged with the high temperature of the scarlet sun. The radiant sword domain was the nemesis of the poison toad paradise. As long as the sword rays touched the poisonous toads, they would instantly disappear. Not only that, the sword domain's attack range was too wide, and even venerable Poison Soul was enveloped within. Almost no one noticed that the 3 marks that Ling Xiao had left on venerable Poison Soul's body were emitting the same light as the scarlet sun. Those 3 marks were attacks, but the purpose of the attacks was not to injure the opponent, but to set up a formation on the opponent's body. It was a very simple 3 stars light-gathering formation. Although it was simple, its effect was very focused. It could condense the power of the scarlet sun and the power of light at one point. This seemingly insignificant thing could only be used for alchemy or magic, but at this moment, Ling Xiao integrated it into the most crucial part of his attack. With this 3 stars light-gathering formation, Ling Xiao had a way to injure venerable Poison Soul. So what if the opponent was a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? The result of a battle was not entirely dependent on strength. Sometimes, strategy was also an important part. Bastard, break for me. Venerable Poison Soul did not discover the 3 stars light-gathering formation. Facing the sky full of sword rays that were constantly eroding and destroying his poison toad paradise, he naturally would not sit still and wait for death. His huge mouth took a deep breath and then spat it out. A gust of wind wreaked havoc and actually blew away the countless sword rays. However, in the next moment, he realized that it was useless. The sword domain condensed together again and attacked again. Ling Xiao, who had cultivated the primordial spirit remnant volume, had a powerful soul. How could the sword domain be destroyed so easily under the dual control of his soul force and heavenly essence energy? Break! The sword domain's sword rays finally pierced through the poison toad paradise's defense and landed on venerable Poison Soul's body. Crackle! 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 Although it still did not leave the slightest mark on venerable Poison Soul's body, it hit him squarely. This shocked countless people, and their faces were filled with shock. A mere 10 Directions Heaven martial artist was actually able to firmly suppress a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Although he could not injure the other party, this was already very impressive. If the 2 of them had the same cultivation, wouldn't venerable Poison Soul be pressed to the ground and rubbed against him? What they did not understand was how Ling Xiao's heavenly essence energy could defeat venerable Poison Soul's sword domain. That's not just heavenly essence energy, but a brand new internal energy that completely fused heavenly essence energy and soul force. After all, there were still experts in the crowd. No wonder. I knew it. Ling Xiao's sword light seemed to have a life of its own. It turns out that he had integrated his soul power into it. But with so many sword lights and such a huge sword domain, how strong is his soul power when he's only a 10 Directions Heaven martial artist? This is where he's brilliant. It's said that Ling Xiao started cultivating soul secret techniques very early on, and his soul force is much stronger than martial artists of the same realm. However, no one knows how much stronger. They really did not know how much pain Ling Xiao had suffered and how much risk he had taken in order to cultivate the primordial spirit remnant volume. A person's strength did not come from nowhere, but from walking step by step. You can't hurt me. So what if you can? I'll kill you now. Venerable Poison Soul looked like he was at a disadvantage, but in reality, he was still in an invincible position. Chapter 1231. Since he was unable to block Ling Xiao's attack, Venerable Poison Soul simply gave up on defending and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The dark green poisonous claws appeared again, but this time there were 2 of them, and they completely merged with his arms. Die! With a furious roar, a bright green light exploded in the air. Venerable Poison Soul approached Ling Xiao at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. He's right. Even if Ling Xiao managed to attack him, it wouldn't be of any use if he couldn't break through his defense. That was what the onlookers thought as well. Even the Moon Maiden in the sky was ready to rescue him at any time. They did not understand what choice Ling Xiao could make under such circumstances. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's face revealed a smug smile. "What are you laughing at?" Venerable Poison Soul cursed because he was flustered. He did not know what Ling Xiao's smile meant, nor did he know why Ling Xiao was laughing. He could only roar in anger. At this moment, he felt so powerless. Although he had been the one taking the initiative to attack from the beginning to the end, it was as if every attack was weak and powerless. It was as if he had been completely grasped by his opponent. It was extremely depressing. Ling Xiao's smile continued. 3 stars light gathering array. Activate. Radiant sword domain. Condense. In the face of Venerable Poison Soul's furious attack, Ling Xiao only said 2 sentences. At that moment, everyone was surprised to find that a strange triangle had been outlined on Venerable Poison Soul's body. Then, all the sword light in the radiant sword domain was like the Milky Way falling from the 9th heaven, completely fusing into this triangle. Through the strengthening of the 3 stars light gathering array, the radiant sword domain condensed into a terrifying giant sword. This is bad. Venerable Poison Soul also realized that if he was hit by this attack, it would be impossible for him to come out unscathed. This kid had been scheming against him from the beginning, and had been fighting with the intention of defeating him. He had never planned to take 7 moves from him. He felt that his self-esteem had been severely challenged. However, compared to his pride, his life was obviously more important. He was actually lying on the ground, using a dodging move that martial artists despised, donkey roll. But even so, even if he abandoned his dignity to hide, it was meaningless. The giant sword followed him like a shadow and struck his body. Bastard! Break for me! Unable to dodge, Venerable Poison Soul could only rely on his powerful domain energy to try and shatter the giant sword. Boom! A moment later, the giant sword formed by the radiant sword domain exploded. They turned into specks of light and disappeared with the wind. 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were still too strong. If Ling Xiao's strike had struck a 1st Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, they would have already died. However, Venerable Poison Soul was actually able to shatter the giant sword. Alas! Ling Xiao sighed, revealing a look of regret. However, the surrounding cultivators were completely dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on Venerable Poison Soul. Yes, the giant sword had been shattered, but there was a large charred mark on Venerable Poison Soul's chest. It was a bloody mess, charred black, and looked extremely frightening. It seems that after 5 moves, the one injured is not me, but you. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. His opponent was very strong, but his knowledge was even more profound. Array, soul power, martial arts, and Tai Chi. These 4 combined to form this wonderful strike. Although this strike was only a light injury to Venerable Poison Soul, it was a very serious blow to Venerable Poison Soul's heart. There was no doubt about it. Everyone looked at the result of this strike in disbelief. Although they did not know what would happen in the end, at least for now, the one who had the upper hand was Ling Xiao. Not him, Venerable Poison Soul. Ah, Venerable Poison Soul howled to the sky. He was angry, unwilling, and humiliated. Ling Xiao, no matter what, I must kill you today. Definitely. He no longer cared about the pact of 7 moves. He realized that it was impossible for him to defeat Ling Xiao in 7 moves. If he was obsessed with 7 moves, he might even be tortured to death by this kid. Didn't you say that you would kill me in 7 moves? Ling Xiao asked disdainfully. Venerable Poison Soul's face was gloomy and ugly. He did not answer Ling Xiao's question because he was unable to. I'm afraid that Venerable Poison Soul did not expect that the battle would turn out like this. He was actually injured by Ling Xiao. 7 moves? I think that he might not even be able to defeat Ling Xiao in 70 moves. That kid is simply a monster. That's right, I think so too. I even have a feeling that if Ling Xiao does not want to die, even Venerable Poison Soul would not be able to kill him. Why do I feel that Venerable Poison Soul is going to die? Suddenly, a voice broke the crowd's discussion. That's impossible. Even if Ling Xiao can injure Venerable Poison Soul, That is by relying on some crafty schemes. Those things can be used once, but not twice. Yes, even if those crafty schemes can succeed, that strike just now should be Ling Xiao's strongest attack. He can't win. Everyone generally believed that Ling Xiao was very strong, so strong that it was difficult to kill him. But to say that Ling Xiao could kill or defeat Venerable Poison Soul was a bit of a stretch. No one was willing to believe it. However, no matter what, Ling Xiao has already created a miracle. The power of that sword strike should be able to kill a first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, right? That's true. Everyone lowered their heads and pondered over the battle just now. That terrifying strike had left many people secretly alarmed. Could it be that Ling Xiao had already reached the level where he could fight against a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Could it be that the barriers between realms were meaningless to him? Ling Xiao had already grown to be an expert on the same level as a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Who could stop him? Hua Floating Light, who was fighting with Cold Plum, had a complicated look in her eyes. She didn't expect that she would lose to her sister in this matter. What a powerful young man. What terrifying potential. This scene made her firm in her decision to do as her sister, Hua Luiying, said. At that moment, she exchanged glances with Cold Plum. Then, Hua Floating Light suddenly approached Venerable Poison Soul. Under the illumination of the lamplight, a slender sword pierced into Venerable Poison Soul's back. You. Venerable Poison Soul still wanted revenge and wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but at this moment, he felt his life rapidly slipping away. Hua Floating Light, what are you doing? Yanhua's representative looked at the leader of the Twin Flowers Pirates in shock and questioned loudly. The surrounding crowd was also shocked. Hua Floating Light suddenly attacked and killed Venerable Poison Soul. This scene was completely unimaginable. What was going on? But amidst the shocked voices, Hua Floating Light pulled out the slender sword, and Venerable Poison Soul's body fell limply to the ground. Chapter 1232. Hua Fuguang walked towards Ling Xiao and knelt down on one knee. Hua Fuguang greets the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. I am willing to bring the Twin Blossoms Pirates to join the Celestial Empire. I hope the Celestial Emperor will take us in. Approved. Actually, from the moment he saw Hua Fuguang appear, Ling Xiao had already seen Hua Fuguang's thoughts from her eyes. At this time, the Twin Blossoms Pirates had already entered the city of Sin under the command of Hua Luiying. As long as Ling Xiao gave the order, they would help Ling Xiao fight. This was a surrender, so they had to show enough sincerity. Hua Fuguang killing Venerable Poisonous Soul was just a small gift, and also a kind of attitude. Thank you, Celestial Emperor. Hua Fuguang stood up and stood beside Ling Xiao. Hua Fuguang, you dare to betray the Water God Temple. You will regret it, and your Twin Blossoms Pirates will be torn to pieces. The representative of Swallow Country roared angrily. He couldn't tolerate this kind of betrayal. Betrayal? Hua Fuguang looked calmly at the representative of Swallow Country, and her voice became cold. When the Water God Temple forced my crew to serve the crew of the One-Eyed Pirates, did you think about how angry I would be? Your Twin Blossoms Pirates already have some brothel girls. What's wrong with letting them serve others? The representative of Swallow Country snorted. Shameless. Hua Fuguang said coldly. Some of them were brothel girls in the past, but I saved them from the fire pit, and you pushed them into the fire pit. This is the action of a beast. In the past, I didn't dare to rebel against you because I didn't find a wise master. I didn't find someone who would dare to go against the Water God Temple for us. But now, I have found one. Ling Xiao, he is my wise master, and the savior of the Twin Blossoms Pirates. Ling Xiao again. The representative of Swallow Country's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was Ling Xiao who killed One-Eyed Dragon who listened to his orders the most. Now, it was Ling Xiao who made the Twin Flowers Pirates punish Water God Temple. He had to admit that not only was Ling Xiao's cultivation talent extremely monstrous, the most terrifying thing was that this fellow actually had a cunning and charm that ordinary geniuses didn't have. From the Heavenly Dragon Continent to the Divine Phoenix Continent, countless forces and countless experts were willing to serve him and help him. Moon Lady, Cold Plum, Yunya, Fluttering Snow, and now the Twin Flowers Pirates. If such a monstrous genius didn't die, sooner or later, he would stir up the entire profound world. He couldn't tolerate such a freak being alive. Absolutely not. Naturally, Zhang Tianda, Python Sky, and other people who were unhappy with Ling Xiao had the same thoughts as him. Representative Yan's attacks were even more ferocious. He wanted to kill Yunya and then kill Ling Xiao. Zhang Tianda's attacks on Phoenix Cry and Fluttering Snow became even more brutal. Every move was ruthless, and he did not hold back at all. Cold Plum, go help Phoenix Cry and Fluttering Snow. Finish the battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao had just gone through a battle and had a lot of things to digest and comprehend. Moreover, he had consumed a lot of energy, so he needed to rest. Therefore, finishing the battle as soon as possible and returning to Princess Yunya's residence to rest was what they should do. At that moment, something strange happened. Venerable Poisonous Soul, who had been killed by Hua Floating Light, actually stood up. However, he looked shaky and didn't look like a living person at all. You have the ability to injure Venerable Poisonous Soul. You are indeed an amazing young man, but it's too early for you to be proud. With this old woman here, you are dead. A black shadow appeared on the flywheel of Jade Wave Island. In the dark night, this black shadow looked eerie and terrifying. She was covered in a pitch-black cloak and held a walking stick that seemed to be made of some kind of bone. The person who spoke was her. What? She actually came too. There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Corpse Granny, that's Corpse Granny, one of the deputy island masters of Jade Wave Island. It seems that Imo Xiaoyou's death really made the island master of Jade Wave Island extremely angry. Not only did he send out the inner sect elder Venerable Poisonous Soul, but he even sent out the deputy island master. Corpse Granny is a warrior in the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. She is much stronger than Venerable Poisonous Soul. If she wants to kill Ling Xiao, I'm afraid she can do it in one move. This is really one trouble after another. This time, there is really a good show to watch. Python Sky, who was about to help Zhang Tianda and Representative Yan, breathed a sigh of relief. Without the order of the Black Python clan's first master, he didn't dare to act rashly. However, if Representative Yan of the Water Spirit Temple and Zhang Tianda of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company were in danger, he would definitely help. After all, compared to Ling Xiao, these two forces were the Black Python clan's most willing allies. 8th Grotto Heaven Realm. Your Jade Wave Island really thinks highly of me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned. He had to use all his strength to deal with someone like Venerable Poisonous Soul. Facing this Corpse Granny, he wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves. He was really in trouble. Master, leave her to me. Cold Plum took the initiative to step forward and said, You can't easily use your half-step Yin-Yang realm cultivation. How about this? I'll give you a portion of the human monarch's power. Don't force yourself. Ling Xiao still had 6 portions of the human monarch's power in his body. This time, he gave 1 portion to Cold Plum, so there were only 5 left. However, he didn't feel the pinch. After all, as his cultivation continued to improve, the human monarch's power was becoming less and less useful to him. It could only increase his attack power. It was best to use it before he broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm. It was most suitable. Understood, Master. I will be careful. Cold Plum looked at Corpse Granny expressionlessly. Her aura began to rise from the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm to the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. Blood-red killing intent had already completely enveloped her. At this moment, she was the most dangerous killing god in the night. Ghost. Heavens. How high is that girl's cultivation? Why does it feel like there's no upper limit? Is she more talented than Ling Xiao? I don't understand. I really don't understand. The crowd once again began to discuss animatedly. They were completely stunned by Long Mei's sudden burst of strength. Hee. Corpse Granny suddenly let out a strange laugh. She looked at Cold Plum and said, The smell on your body is really nice. Your martial soul seems to be very special. For me, it's a great supplement. At this moment, compared to killing Ling Xiao, she was more interested in Cold Plum. This was because she liked the aura of Cold Plum's second martial soul the most. Cold Plum didn't say anything. She unsheathed the devil mother-child sword and charged towards Corpse Granny. Corpse Granny sneered. She waved her walking stick and a few more corpses stood up on the ground. One-Eyed Dragon and the One-Eyed Pirates. This guy was like a witch tribe warrior from the ancient times. He could actually use witchcraft to control corpses. However, Cold Plum didn't care about these corpses. After all, corpses were just corpses. They couldn't be more powerful than the person. So what she needed to do now was to kill Corpse Granny. This way, the crisis at the scene could be resolved. Chapter 1233. Your Majesty the Sky Emperor, leave those corpses to me. Take care of your wounds. Since Hua Floating Light had already submitted to Ling Xiao, she definitely had to do something for him. She knew that she was no match for Zombie Grandma, but she could still deal with the corpses that Zombie Grandma had resurrected. Okay, Ling Xiao really needed time to heal. If the battle continued, his injuries would definitely worsen. As a result, he, who was hated by everyone, became an idle person. He sat there and healed while observing the battle. Cold Plum and Zombie Grandma's battle were evenly matched, but Zombie Grandma obviously had more battle experience. Not only could she control the corpses, but she was also extremely powerful. It was easier for Hua Floating Light to deal with the corpses, but she couldn't end the battle in a short time. Phoenix Cry, Piao Shui, and Zhang Tianda were at a disadvantage in the battle, but the outcome wouldn't be decided in a short time. On the other hand, the battle between Yunya and Representative Yin was a battle of tacit understanding. It was actually very easy for Yunya to kill Representative Yin, but she didn't do so. Although she also wanted to cooperate with Ling Xiao, she wasn't Ling Xiao's subordinate. So, it was enough for her to block Representative Yin for Ling Xiao. There was no need to kill Representative Yin for Ling Xiao and become enemies with the Water God Temple. Such a situation made the onlookers exclaim in joy. When had they ever seen so many Grotto Heaven Realm warriors fighting? It was too shocking. Looks like someone's going to end up with nothing. Ling Xiao looks like he's all alone and doesn't have any power, but whoever wants to take his life will always fail. Isn't he a little too many friends? Yeah, the One-Eyed Pirates will definitely die in vain. Bibbo Island won't gain any advantage. As for the Water God Temple, not only did they lose the One-Eyed Pirates, but they also lost the Twin Flowers Pirates. They can only rebuild their power in the City of Sin. It's not that I don't understand. It's just that the world is changing too quickly. Why do I feel that every time Ling Xiao is about to be killed, the outcome is always different from what we imagined? It's not that the world is changing fast, but that we know too little about Ling Xiao. Do any of you know his true strength? Many people were unable to answer this question. They felt that Ling Xiao's cultivation should be at 10 Directions Heaven, but was it really so? Even if it was true, Ling Xiao's battle prowess was most likely above Shi Feng Tian's cultivation. After a while, Ling Xiao's internal injuries were completely healed. Medicinal pills combined with the healing ability of the Eye of the Holy King was really not a problem for Ling Xiao. After his body recovered, Ling Xiao turned his gaze to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and Jade Ripple Island's martial artists. These people were all just Deva Realm martial artists. Although the numbers were not few, in front of Ling Xiao, they were merely clay dogs and pottery chickens. Especially when Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through to the early stage 10 Directions Heaven, and after comprehending Sword Domain, these people had no way of doing anything to him. His gaze revealed a hint of a cold smile, his face lifting up with some treachery. You all want to kill me. I'll make you all annihilate, not leaving a single one alive. What Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? What Jade Ripple Island? Provoke me, Ling Xiao. Provoke my celestial empire. Die. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's people and Jade Ripple Island's people all saw Ling Xiao's expression and felt the powerful pressure that Ling Xiao released towards them. Each of their bodies could not help trembling a little, endlessly terrified in their hearts. Not good. That lunatic is going to make a move against us. Although fearful, Jade Ripple Island and Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's martial artists were also considered veterans in the pugilistic world in the end. Facing a 17-year-old brat, although they were terrified, for the sake of face, it was still impossible to slip away like this. If that was really the case, it would be too embarrassing. Ling Xiao, you thief. What are you trying to do? Could it be that you want to become enemies with our heavenly dragon trading company, Jade Ripple Island? The two groups of people asked the same question. Nonsense. You all want to kill me. Can't I kill you all? If you die, don't blame me. Those who kill will be killed. It's that simple. Ling Xiao felt that these people were really funny. Become enemies with them? Now that they were already like fire and water, they actually said such words. Could it be that these people's brains were flooded with water? Everyone, don't be afraid of him. He's just one person. With hundreds of us joining forces, could it be that we're still not a match for him? Although they were afraid in their hearts, the people of Jade Ripple Island and Heavenly Dragon Trading Company gathered together because they knew that it was useless to escape at this time. They could only resist. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to let them leave alive. Looking at the actions of these people, Ling Xiao did not say anything else. His sword domain reappeared. In the world of mountains and rivers behind him, the light of the scarlet sun became even brighter. Radiant sword domain. It could illuminate everything, and it could also kill everything. It could destroy everything. The sound of swords whistling continuously sounded, forming a battle song of slaughter. Fight. Among the hundreds of martial artists, 2/3 chose to fight Ling Xiao head-on. They attacked one after another and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The other group of people turned around and fled. They had already seen the terror of Ling Xiao's sword domain. It could even injure venerable Poison Soul, who was at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation. How could they, these Heaven Realm martial artists, resist? So they had to escape. Whether it was those who rushed over or those who fled, they were all enveloped by Ling Xiao's radiant sword domain. Ling Xiao's face revealed a mocking smile. Rays of sword light shot out like the rays of the scarlet sun. These people came here from afar to take his life. If he did not entertain them well, wouldn't it be a bit too unworthy of these people's hospitality? Sword light flew. Screams sounded one after another. The martial artists of Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and Jade Ripple Island were involved in this killing rain of swords. No one was able to escape. They watched helplessly as their bodies were pierced by those rays of light. Bone-piercing pain came from their bodies one after another, causing them to tremble all over. Why? Why did we die? We clearly only came to kill an insignificant person in the Jianghu. Why? We can't accept this. Whether it was the martial artists of Heavenly Dragon Trading Company or Jade Ripple Island, there was only one thought in their minds at this moment, and that was regret and unwillingness. They came with Zhang Tianda, Corpse Grandma, and Venerable Poison Soul. When they came, they were in high spirits. Wasn't it just to kill a Heaven Realm insignificant person? Any one of them could do it. How could there be any danger? But now, the cruel reality told them a truth, and that was to never underestimate those unknown insignificant people. Perhaps their small bodies contained the most terrifying power. Evil creature. Stop it. Corpse Grandma and Zhang Tianda almost shouted at the same time. Chapter 1234. The people of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company were Zhang Tianda's most loyal and capable subordinates. Without these people, he would become a commander without an army in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. At that time, what could he use to fight with Princess Yunya? Therefore, he could not tolerate Ling Xiao attacking his subordinates. He had to stop Ling Xiao. Most of the people from Emerald Wave Island led by Corpse Granny were the future elites of Emerald Wave Island. Although they might not be geniuses like Mo Xiaoyu, there were too few geniuses. The ones who truly supported Emerald Wave Island were these outstanding warriors who were second only to geniuses. Among them, there were even successors trained by Corpse Granny. But at this moment, they were bleeding and screaming on the long street. Their voices were filled with incomparable grief. Whether it was Corpse Granny or Zhang Tianda, they could not allow Ling Xiao to kill all these people. But was it useful? Although they were angry, they were powerless. Because whether it was Cold Plum or Phoenix Cry Piao Shui, they would not let Corpse Granny and Zhang Tianda deal with Ling Xiao. Cold Plum's loyalty to Ling Xiao was probably greater than anyone else's. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui was repaying his kindness and defending the dignity of Chang'e Celestial Island. If Ling Xiao died here, then she would have no face to see her grandfather, let alone the world. Corpse Granny was originally evenly matched with Cold Plum, but because of this distraction, she was stabbed in the back by Cold Plum. Although this stab was not considered a serious injury, however, Cold Plum penetrated her sword intent into Corpse Granny's body. The situation of the battlefield began to subtly change. Zhang Tianda was even more miserable. His legs were frozen into ice by Phoenix Cry Piao, Shue's cold temperature, and then shattered. He had a slight advantage in the battle, but at this moment, he was completely at a disadvantage. Ling Xiao did not even look at the battle over there, but his face revealed a sinister smile. I said earlier that those who want to kill me have to be ready to be killed by me at any time. You can raise your butcher's knife to me, so don't blame me for killing you. His voice was cold and firm. The sword domain disappeared, leaving behind hundreds of corpses on the ground, lying there in a disorderly manner. Each of them had at least dozens of sword holes on their bodies. Although this was the most direct and simple way to use the sword domain, it was still incomparably powerful. Zhang Tianda was furious. Corpse Granny was furious. However, the two of them couldn't even protect themselves now. They could only suppress their anger at the bottom of their hearts. The raging flames of anger almost completely burned them, but they were unable to do anything to Ling Xiao. They had really suffered a double loss. This time, not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he also lost all of his subordinates. This transaction was really a huge loss. This Ling Xiao really can't be provoked. The one-eyed pirates offended him and were completely wiped out. The heavenly dragon trading firm led by Zhang Tianda had offended him, and they were all wiped out. The people of Emerald Ripple Island offended him, and they were all wiped out. Yes, it's simply terrifying. In a sense, today's matter had nothing to do with Zhang Tianda at all, but Zhang Tianda provoked such a fiend just to make friends with Water Spirit Temple. Emerald Ripple Island is even more miserable. Mo Xiaoyu wanted to rob Ling Xiao's things and offended Ling Xiao, which led to a series of sacrifices. Not only did a large number of promising disciples die tragically, even the inner court elder Poison Soul Venerable was killed. Now the Vice Island Master, Corpse Granny, is also injured and seems to be in danger. Everyone secretly sighed in their hearts. If Ling Xiao was a fiend, perhaps no one would object. Those who offended him really didn't have a good ending. I heard that Piping Island, one of the 7 martial arts sect islands, was destroyed because they offended Ling Xiao. Will Emerald Ripple Island be the same? That's hard to say, but Emerald Ripple Island is really in trouble. Think about it just now. Venerable Poison Soul Venerable and Corpse Granny led a group of people from Emerald Ripple Island here. How domineering was that? Venerable Poison Soul Venerable even said that he could kill Ling Xiao without anyone's help. How long has it been? Not only is Venerable Poison Soul Venerable dead, but those elites of Emerald Ripple Island are also dead. I think Zhang Tianda is also finished. He has lost so many people and offended such a malefic person. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company will definitely not spare him. I'm afraid that Princess Yunya will gain the upper hand in the internal strife this time. Everyone sighed, and Meng Tian's face was a little ugly. He didn't know if he should attack Ling Xiao now. This kid was just like a hedgehog, with thorns all over his body. If he attacked him, he might not be able to kill him. Instead, he would attract needles all over his body and stab himself to death. Hua Fuguang's face was full of joy. She had made the right choice. Listening to her sister and choosing Ling Xiao was the wisest decision she had ever made. Otherwise, at this moment, the Twin Flowers pirates might have become the victim of Ling Xiao's rage. After killing the people of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm and Emerald Ripple Island, Ling Xiao didn't stay idle. He directly jumped onto the iron-armored airship of the One-Eyed Pirates and put it into his Mountain River world. His storage ring might not be that big, but his Mountain River world was very big. Then, he also put away the airship of Emerald Ripple Island. He was going to take these 2 airships back to the Ministry of Works of the Celestial Empire for research. With this technology, it would be much more convenient in the future. These 2 ships could both sail and fly. It was simply too wonderful for words. On the other side, the battle was still going on. However, after seeing Ling Xiao put away the 2 ships, Corpse Granny and Representative Yin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding warriors were also dumbfounded. Ling Xiao really didn't give any face to his opponent. Not only did he kill the other party's people, but he also took away their airships. Putting aside Emerald Ripple Island's airship, there should be a lot of valuable things on the ship of the one-eyed pirates. This was equivalent to taking away all of them. He was simply rich. Interesting. Not only did Ling Xiao not die, but he also made a fortune. If someone told me this before, I wouldn't have believed it. This is simply a miracle. At this moment, Corpse Granny, Zhang Tianda, and Representative Yin had already thought of retreating. Because if they continued to fight like this, sooner or later, they would be the ones to suffer, not Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, a black carriage appeared on the long street. This carriage didn't run, but flew. And it wasn't horse-drawn, but pulled by a person. The person pulling the carriage was actually a warrior of the Grotto Heaven realm. A person who could make such an expert work like a cow or horse was definitely not a weakling. Therefore, this black carriage also immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, the current battle was too stalemate and even a little ugly. Therefore, the appearance of something new would always attract the attention of many people. Chapter 1235. There were bodyguards on the left, right, and back of the black carriage. They were also at the Grotto Heaven realm. Their strength was on par with the person pulling the carriage. They even looked almost identical. In any case, very few people could recognize them. Some people in the crowd had already recognized the identities of these four people. Aren't they the four slaves, eye, ear, nose, and mouth, of the Black Python clan's first master, Python 5? Eye, ear, nose, and mouth were the names of these four people. It was said that Python 5 had once killed the parents of these four people, but he kept them alive and personally taught them martial arts. Now, not only did these four people not intend to avenge their families, but they were also loyal to Python 5 and were willing to be his four most loyal dogs. Could it be that Python 5 is here? Many people were surprised. Eye, ear, nose, and mouth had always been by Python 5's side. If they appeared, how could Python 5 not appear? Greetings, First Master. Python Tion also walked out from the crowd. Since the First Master was here, it would be unreasonable for him to not show up. Get up. I'm just here to ask for something. Don't mind me. The curtain of the black carriage was lifted, and a tall man walked out. Python 5 looked very ordinary. However, the aura of an overlord in his body could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried. Every movement of his was filled with an air of ruthlessness and decisiveness. Every look in his eyes was so sharp and ruthless. You want something? Python Tion was stunned. He thought that Python 5 had come to help Representative Yin and Zhang Tianda after receiving his report. He did not expect that he was only here to ask for something. He was a little disappointed, but he did not dare to ask anything. He just stood aside and waited for Python 5's orders. Python 5 was too terrifying. He never showed mercy even to his own people. If someone dared to disobey his orders and betray him, that person would definitely not be able to escape death. He had always exuded an extremely strong domineering aura. Therefore, no one in the Black Python clan had ever dared to betray him because those who betrayed him would have been killed by him before they could do anything. His most common saying was, "I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me." This person was the typical type of existence where those who submitted to him would prosper and those who opposed him would perish. Therefore, when Ling Xiao crippled Mang Xiao this time, many people thought that Mang 5 would definitely kill Ling Xiao. However, Python 5 didn't make a move afterward, which made many people a little puzzled. Today, Python 5 appeared again. People seemed to understand that it wasn't that Python 5 didn't want to kill Ling Xiao. It was just waiting for an opportunity. Python 5 looked at Ling Xiao. He was here to look for Ling Xiao. He wanted something from Ling Xiao. Is Her Highness Moon Maiden all right? After Python 5 opened its mouth, the first thing it asked wasn't how Ling Xiao was or what it wanted. Instead, it asked about the Moon Lady. She's fine. Ling Xiao nodded. It's been a long time since I've seen Her Highness the Moon Maiden. Back then, when I met her, I was still an ignorant youth. I was around your age. Python 5 wasn't like those boorish guys. Although his name was tacky, his speech and behavior revealed a kind of majesty and rigor. Many people didn't know who the Moon Maiden was, so they were even more surprised. Python 5 was actually so respectful to this person called the Moon Maiden. Could it be that this person had helped him before? It was as if he was reminiscing about the past. After a moment, Python 5 smiled slightly and said, "People still have to admit that they are old. You really shouldn't let Her Highness Moon Maiden out." When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He could tell that Python 5 was blaming the Moon Maiden. "Little guy, you crippled my son Meng Zhao's cultivation, right?" "That's right." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "There was nothing to hide. Even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't." "It's good that you admit it. Seeing that Her Highness Moon Maiden once guided me, I won't pursue this matter." Python 5 chuckled lightly. He seemed to be quite magnanimous. "Pursue? Great Master, you seem to have made a mistake. Your son wanted to kill me, and I only crippled him. This is already giving you face. I should be the one to not pursue this matter. I should be the one to be magnanimous. What right do you have to pursue this matter?" Ling Xiao could tell that Python 5 wasn't here to chat with him today. He was here to cause trouble for him. Since the other party was here to cause trouble for him, why should he be polite to this guy? "Ha ha ha ha. You're really arrogant. However, if you think that you can be unscrupulous and commit crimes just because you have Her Highness Moon Maiden as your backer, then aren't you looking down on the world too much?" Python 5 laughed out loud. "Great Master, you didn't come here today just to talk nonsense, did you? If that's the case, then there's no need to talk about it. I've heard enough nonsense today, and I don't want to hear any more." Ling Xiao suddenly interrupted Python 5's laughter. "Okay, then I'll get straight to the point." Python 5's eyes revealed a touch of awe-inspiring coldness. Although he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously, whether Ling Xiao died or not didn't mean much to him. However, if Ling Xiao was stubborn and wanted to go against him, then he wouldn't mind killing this untactful boy. "You got an ancient bronze seal at the Black Wind House's auction yesterday, right?" "That's right." Ling Xiao suddenly became vigilant. Python 5 suddenly asked about the ancient seal. What was going on? Could it be that the treasure that was being talked about on the streets really had something to do with the Imperial Jade Seal? And this Python 5 actually wanted the Imperial Jade Seal? Well, how about this? Sell the ancient bronze seal to me. I'm willing to buy it at double the price. What do you think? Python 5 said with a smile. He didn't know whether Ling Xiao knew the secret of the ancient bronze seal, so he didn't dare offer too high a price in case Ling Xiao realized something. That wouldn't be good. However, Ling Xiao already knew what he was thinking. If he didn't hand over the ancient bronze seal, Python 5 wouldn't let him off easily. But so what? Right now, he had a trump card. Even without the help of the Moon Lady, he could still escape easily by relying on the power of a Yuan Venerate. What could Python 5 do to him? Sneering in his heart, Ling Xiao straightforwardly shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I don't lack those spirit stones, and I also like that ancient bronze seal. I think it's really quite fun, so I won't sell it. The Imperial Jade Seal was something that Ling Xiao had to obtain. Only with the Imperial Jade Seal could he truly establish a nation and have a real chance of conquering the world. He had already made a great ambition to re-establish a powerful human race dynasty in the mystic realm. How could he leave the Imperial Jade Seal? Many people were puzzled when they heard Python 5's request. Chapter 1236. It was just an ancient bronze seal. Why would Python 5 come personally to buy it from Ling Xiao? There seemed to be a secret behind this. Otherwise, why would Python 5 do this? Keep watching. People were paying more attention to the situation here. Even the few people who were fighting over there had their ears pricked up to listen. Python 5 was not an ordinary person. Since it was something that he wanted, it must be extraordinary. What if it's 10 times the price? Python 5 gritted his teeth and said, he did not want to offend the Moon Lady now. So if he could solve the problem with spirit stones, it would not be a problem. 10 times the price? That was only tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, which was not attractive to Ling Xiao. Moreover, the Imperial Jade Seal was something that he was determined to get. How could he give it away so easily? I've said it before. I like the ancient bronze seal very much. Even if you offer 100 or 1,000 times the price, it will be useless. This time, Ling Xiao decided to make things clear. Wanting to buy the imperial jade seal with money was tantamount to a fool's dream. There was no way he would give it away. You don't want spirit stones? Well, I'm willing to exchange a mortal-grade spiritual weapon with you. With your cultivation speed, it won't be too late for you to use a mortal-grade spiritual weapon. Don't you want it? Python 5, this fellow, was really willing to pay a heavy price. A mortal-grade spiritual weapon would cost at least hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Even if you had low-grade spirit stones, you might not be able to buy it. He was actually willing to exchange. However, the more it was so, the more people felt strange. What was Python 5 thinking? Why did he have to do this? In fact, the reason why Python 5 was willing to pay such a high price was that he guessed from Ling Xiao's attitude that Ling Xiao might have already known that the item was the Imperial Jade Seal. If he did not pay a high price, it would be impossible to get it. TSK, a mortal-grade spiritual weapon is really extravagant. It's a pity that you don't seem to understand human language. I've said it before, I'm not exchanging it. Even if it was a divine-grade spiritual weapon, he would not exchange it, let alone a mortal-grade spiritual weapon. After all, as long as his cultivation continued to increase, he would be able to get his hands on a divine-grade spiritual artifact sooner or later. In fact, he might even be able to forge one himself. However, the Imperial Jade Seal was not only a magical treasure, but also a symbol of imperial power. There was only one of it. If he lost it, it would be difficult to get it back. Senior Python 5, what are you doing? Fluttering Snow Phoenix Cry could not help but ask as the pressure from the attacks lessened. Lady Piao Shui, this matter has nothing to do with you and the everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Python 5 glanced at Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui indifferently. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, there are some things in this world that the weak are not qualified to possess. Those things are not good for you. Instead, they may cause you to lose your life. Many people wanted my life, but they were all disappointed. Ling Xiao still shook his head and said, Boss, you don't have to be so alarmist. A gloomy expression finally appeared on Python 5's face. He felt that he had already given the Moon Lady a lot of face, but this Ling Xiao was completely stubborn. Since he could not talk, he could only use force. A child who refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit is not a good child. If it were not for the Moon Lady, do you really think you are worthy of me talking so much nonsense to you? Python 5 said coldly, you also know that what you're saying is nonsense. Then don't say it, lest everyone becomes unhappy. Ling Xiao said indifferently, you don't know what's good for you. A strong murderous aura was released from Python 5's body. He directly turned into a ferocious beast and pounced on Ling Xiao. Deterrence. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the thing, and I can let you leave the City of Sin safely. Otherwise, the City of Sin will be the place where you die. Nonsense. Ling Xiao did not give any face to Python 5. He said in a cold voice, isn't the Black Python clan a clan of robbers? Anyway, robbing and killing are not unfamiliar things. You probably do it every day. Why are you being so hypocritical today? Are you afraid of Sister Moon Lady? If that's the case, then there's no need. Sister Moon Lady doesn't need to deal with a lowly trash like you. Python 5 hated it when people called him AB****. Although he was born AB****, now that his clan was becoming more powerful, he began to think of clearing his name. He did not want to be a B*** for the rest of his life. If someone dared to say that, it would be like exposing his scars. He would never forgive them. Therefore, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, Python 5's voice became colder. No matter what you say today, I want that ancient bronze seal. Either you die, or you hand it over. This was a threat that left no room for negotiation. When the crowd heard this, they could not help but be shocked. Ling Xiao was really something. He had offended Emerald Wave Island, One-Eyed Pirates, Water God Temple, Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, and now even the Black Python clan. The strongest person sent by Emerald Wave Island was only an 8th Grotto Heaven Realm Corpse Granny. However, the leader of the Black Python clan, Python 5, was a real yin-yang realm expert. Could Ling Xiao still be alive? Indeed, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. Python 5, you keep saying that you want to turn over a new leaf and never do those evil things in the past. Why does it seem like you're just talking nonsense today? What are you doing? Don't you have any shame? Princess Yunya easily slapped the representative of Yin Kingdom away. The two of them almost stopped attacking each other temporarily. They were also attracted by the dispute here. The one who spoke to Python 5 was Princess Yunya. Only she dared to say that. That's right, that's right. Python 5's way of doing things is too dirty. It's easy to change a leopard's spots. Even if he keeps saying that he wants to wash his hands of evil and turn over a new leaf, in fact, he is still a thief and a prostitute. He has always been shameless and despicable when doing things. If you believe that Python 5 can turn over a new leaf, you might as well believe that a rooster can lay eggs. People were talking about it. Although they did not dare to speak loudly, they were quite disdainful of Python 5's approach. 5 masters of the Meng clan, why are you wasting your breath on that brat? Just kill him and loot his storage ring. That's all. The representative of Yin Kingdom said loudly, when did you become so wishy-washy? Like a little old woman with her feet tied up? That's right, Python 5. Although I don't know what you want, if it were me, I wouldn't be so polite. Corpse Granny also said. Python 5 still looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, you should understand that if I join forces with them, you will have no chance. Even if the Moon Maiden helps you, I am not afraid. Do you really want her to take the risk? Ling Xiao looked at Python 5 and felt a little annoyed. Chapter 1237. Ling Xiao was very angry. This time in the City of Sin, he had only bid for a few items according to his goal, but he had been threatened and mocked time and time again. Everyone wanted his life. They all said they wanted to kill him. Even a man made of mud would have a temper, let alone him. The current situation made him very unhappy. These people who threatened him all had powerful forces behind them. They were used to being high and mighty and being above others. When they met the weak, they would never think of reasoning with them. They would only do things according to their own way of thinking. If they didn't listen, they would threaten them and attack them. In these people's eyes, Ling Xiao was a weakling. Naturally, he would be bullied and looked down on by them. Ling Xiao understood this too well. Even if he had many powerful people around him, he wasn't strong enough. Others still wouldn't take him seriously. If he was strong enough, if he could reach the level of the Moon Lady, who would dare to provoke him in the City of Sin? Not to mention asking him to give up anything, they probably wouldn't even dare to say anything disrespectful in front of him. Strength. It was strength again. Ling Xiao once again felt the urgency to increase his strength. Ling Xiao, don't worry about me. The Imperial Jade Seal is very important. No matter who it is, you can't give it away. If Python 5 dares to attack, I don't mind destroying the City of Sin. At this moment, the Moon Lady's voice entered Ling Xiao's ears. Thank you, Sister Moon Lady. However, if you can avoid doing anything, please try not to do anything. After all, you are my final trump card. Ling Xiao really didn't want the Moon Lady to take any risks. Therefore, he had to find a way to solve this matter himself. He looked at Python 5 and said, I told you, I don't need Sister Moon Lady to deal with a lowly piece of trash like you. Python 5 frowned. He didn't want to do anything because he was afraid of the Moon Lady. Although Ling Xiao said that he didn't need the Moon Lady to do anything, would the Moon Lady let Ling Xiao die? The corners of Python 5's mouth suddenly curled into a sneer. He no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Instead, he looked at the crowd and loudly said, I'm sure everyone must be confused. Why would I be so interested in a bronze seal? This guy. Ling Xiao instantly understood Python 5's plan. This fellow probably wanted to reveal the secret of the Imperial Jade Seal to the public. In that case, many people who were originally willing to help Ling Xiao would probably covet the Imperial Ruler's seal. In that case, the Moon Maiden would have to face even more enemies. At that time, Python 5 would be able to reap the benefits. Vicious, cunning, as expected of an ambitious and ruthless person who walked out of the Communist Party of China. Python 5, what's going on with that thing? I'm quite confused too. You can't be so crazy over a meaningless ancient bronze seal. Corpse Grandma, who had stopped fighting, asked with a frown. In fact, this question was also what the others wanted to ask. They also wanted to know what the ancient bronze seal that Python 5 had always wanted was. Because that's the Imperial Jade Seal. The human king established the world and left behind the 9 cauldrons and the Imperial Jade Seal. As long as the two are combined, one can obtain supreme fate and become a king, an overlord. Python 5 spoke the secret of the ancient bronze seal word by word. What? That's the Imperial Jade Seal. Python 5's words were too clear. Those who didn't hear it clearly had problems with their ears. The Imperial Jade Seal. Python 5's voice still echoed on the long street and didn't dissipate for a long time. The ancient martial art practitioners were extremely shocked. It was the Imperial Jade Seal. Even if this kind of thing didn't have any practical use, its symbolic meaning alone was enough to be called a priceless treasure. Not to mention, it was rumored that the human king had hidden his cultivation notes in it. If one obtained it, it would undoubtedly save a lot of detours on the road of cultivation. Boiling, absolutely boiling. The entire street seemed to be restless, and the gazes that were directed at Ling Xiao became fervent, as if a hungry wolf cub had seen a delicious meal. No wonder this Python 5 didn't hesitate to throw away his reputation and come personally to ask for something. It's actually the Imperial Jade Seal. Basically, no one doubted Python 5's words. After all, if it wasn't for the Imperial Jade Seal, how could Python 5 do such a thing? He didn't hesitate to ruin his own reputation and turn all his previous efforts into nothing. Hua Fuguang looked at Ling Xiao in shock. She finally understood why she had such a strange feeling about this person. She felt that this person had a king's aura that was different from that of ordinary ancient martial art practitioners. Now, she finally understood. This person had once obtained the 9 cauldrons aura at the martial arts ceremony in the Holy City. Now, he had also obtained the Imperial Jade Seal. In this way, he had handled both of the human king's sacred items. Naturally, he would have some of the human king's aura. Hua Fuguang even suspected that Ling Xiao's rapid improvement had something to do with the human king's 9 cauldrons. Everyone had greed, and Hua Fuguang was no exception. However, at this moment, she was thinking that perhaps she had chosen the right master. To be able to obtain the Imperial Jade Seal in the City of Sin was in itself a kind of luck. After all, treasures would choose their own masters. Hee. Not bad, kid. I didn't expect you to have such good luck. However, it might turn into bad luck. The corpse grandma laughed coldly. She cultivated the martial arts passed down from the immemorial sorcerer tribe, but it wasn't complete. If the Imperial Jade Seal really contained the human king's cultivation notes, then it would definitely contain some information about the immemorial sorcerer tribe. In this way, the martial arts problem that had been troubling her for a long time would be easily solved. The greed in her eyes became more obvious. What was the point of killing Ling Xiao? Obtaining the Imperial Jade Seal was the right path. Zhang Tian's eyes were also flickering. His breathing almost became rapid. The Imperial Jade Seal. It was every warrior's dream to become an emperor. If he obtained the Imperial Jade Seal, then he could rightfully compete for the position of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's president. At that time, no one in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would dare to provoke him, let alone Princess Yunya. His smile became brighter and brighter, like a sunflower in full bloom. Representative Yin was also thinking about the Imperial Jade Seal. The Water God Temple was now one of the most powerful forces in the first 3 continents, but it was obviously not enough. If he wanted to continue increasing the strength of the Water God Temple and his own status, then obtaining the Imperial Jade Seal was a must. On the long street, almost all the warriors were imagining themselves obtaining the Imperial Jade Seal and taking out the cultivation notes from it. Some people didn't dream of becoming an emperor, nor did they want to conquer the world. All they wanted was the human king's cultivation notes. However, the cultivation notes were in the Imperial Jade Seal. Could they get it? Python 5 looked at this scene with a smug smile on his face. Ling Xiao, didn't you refuse to give it to me? I'll screw you over. Chapter 1238. Python 5 sneered in his heart. I, Python 5, am indeed afraid of the Moon Maiden. But now, I won't fight for the heirloom seal or deal with you. I'll tell everyone the secret of the heirloom seal and let them help me deal with the Moon Maiden. Then, I'll be able to reap the benefits. Needless to say, this guy's plan was very sinister. But would his plan really go so smoothly? The news of the heirloom seal's appearance might spread out of the city of Sin today, and the entire Divine Phoenix continent might know. Even the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island and 5 Immortal Island would covet the heirloom seal. Although Python 5 was an yin-yang realm expert, he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. It wouldn't be easy for him to reap the benefits. Perhaps Python 5 had already thought of this. If Ling Xiao handed the heirloom seal to him because he was afraid of those people fighting over it, that would be the best outcome. He could then hide and study the human king's cultivation notes and the royal aura of the heirloom seal. Python 5, if you think you can force me to hand over the ancient bronze seal, then you're underestimating me. Ling Xiao looked at Python 5 indifferently. He had completely seen through Python 5's thoughts. Moreover, Ling Xiao was well aware of the consequences of holding the heirloom seal. But now, it wasn't time for him to hand it over. Unless the Moon Maiden was in trouble one day. At that time, he would hand over the heirloom seal without hesitation for the Moon Maiden. This thing might be important, but how could it be more important than the Moon Maiden? What a stubborn brat. Do you want to die? Python 5 frowned. Ling Xiao's words had shattered his fantasy. It seemed like he could only use force. He hoped that there would be someone in the crowd who would fight with Ling Xiao for the Imperial Jade Seal and kill him. Because he knew how powerful the Moon Maiden was, he didn't want to fight. At least not now. Whoever kills Ling Xiao today, I, Python 5, will willingly give up the heirloom seal. At least in the city of Sin, no one will dare to touch you. Python 5 suddenly said loudly. He was starting to sow discord. A shameless person like you is best at turning hostile. Do you think there will be idiots who will believe your words? Ling Xiao glanced at Python 5 with disdain. We, the 4 freaks of the city of Sin, are willing to believe in the 5 masters of Python. 4 strangely dressed people jumped out from the crowd. These 4 people all had strange appearances. One was missing an arm, one was lame, one had only one eye, and one had no ears. Anyway, they were all disabled people. However, the expressions on their faces did not look like that of a disabled person at all. Instead, they looked ferocious and vicious. The 4 monsters of the city of Sin were all at the first Grotto Heaven realm and were extremely powerful. The things they do in the city of Sin have always been cruel and merciless. Though they were beggars in name, the things they do are all robbers. Among the 5 leaders of Python, we can only deal with Ling Xiao. We'll have to trouble you with his helpers. The leader of the city of Sin's 4 freaks said to Python 5 with a smile. Don't worry. You 4 focus on dealing with Ling Xiao. Don't worry about anything else. I will clear the area for you. Python 5 definitely had this capability. Other than the Moon Lady, no one else here could be compared to him. As long as he makes a move, Cold Plum, Yunya, Fengming, Piao Shui, or anyone else, none of them can defeat him. Thank you. The 4 freaks of the city of Sin were not stupid. They were just greedy. They knew that even if they get the Imperial Ruler's seal, they will be hunted down. However, they couldn't resist the temptation. Plus, they have already thought of a way to escape after getting the item. There was a 60% chance of them escaping. This was already worth fighting for. Python 5 waved his hand, and a black curtain descended. It directly isolated Ling Xiao from the city of Sin's 4 freaks. Cold Plum tried to break in a few times, but she failed every time. Python 5's curtain should be his Grotto Heaven realm. As a yin-yang realm powerhouse, he naturally has his own Grotto Heaven realm. It was even more mature and powerful. Okay, 4 freaks of the city of Sin, you can start fighting now. Oh right, that guy should have put the Imperial Ruler's seal in his storage ring. Just take all the storage rings he has. Python 5 even gave special pointers. Thank you, Python 5. After we kill this guy, we will naturally search for him. The 4 freaks of the city of Sin snickered. Without anyone's help, Ling Xiao alone was no match for them. This made them very excited. Perhaps today, The Imperial Ruler's seal will truly belong to them. Boom, boom. Cold Plum was still trying to break through the black curtain. Her face was getting paler and paler. She was going to give it her all. Cold Plum, stop. I am fine. Ling Xiao had to say this. Otherwise, with Cold Plum's temper, even if she were to die in the black curtain, she would use her last breath to save Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao wouldn't allow her to do that. He wouldn't allow his woman to suffer like this. Moreover, he wasn't at the end of his rope yet. For Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses were indeed a huge challenge for him, but they weren't undefeatable. 4 freaks of the City of Sin, today, I, Ling Xiao, will turn you into the 4 dogs of the City of Sin. 4 dead dogs. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the 4 people in front of him. Injuring the woman by his side was unforgivable. The Tai Chi eye flashed with black and white light. An ancient and heavy door with a terrifying aura opened. Heavy footsteps could be heard from within. Then, a dead person walked out. It was still the huge skeleton soldier, but the armor on the skeleton soldier's body was more complete. The weapon in its hand was also a divine rank artifact. Within the skeleton's eyes, a scarlet light flashed. Powerful and terrifying. Ling Xiao didn't want to use this secret soul technique because every time he used it, it would be very uncomfortable. But today, against 4 Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses, he had no choice but to use it. Tai Chi Eye of the Divine Tomb. The huge skeleton soldier stood in front of Ling Xiao. Then, Ling Xiao jumped up and stood on top of the skeleton soldier's head. But this was only the beginning. If it was just this skeleton soldier, it wouldn't be able to defeat 4 Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses. After all, its strength was there, but it didn't have a brain. Ling Xiao wanted to control it to fight. Soul leaving the shell. The cultivation of the primordial spirit remnant scroll was no joke. Ling Xiao had already cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll to the day-wandering realm. But because the primordial spirit wasn't very useful before the object-controlling realm, he didn't show it off. In fact, he had never stopped cultivating the primordial spirit remnant scroll to improve his soul. What he displayed today was the day-wandering realm's primordial spirit. Not only could it freely travel between heaven and earth, but it was also much stronger than the soul-leaving shell realm and night-wandering realm. Chapter 1239. Part of Ling Xiao's primordial spirit split out and entered the skeleton soldier's body. The skeleton soldier's body was huge. If Ling Xiao's primordial spirit wasn't as strong as a day-wandering realm cultivator, he wouldn't have been able to control it. But now, there was no problem. When his primordial spirit entered the skeleton soldier's body, the scarlet light in the skeleton's eyes became even brighter. Not only that, but the weapon in the skeleton soldier's hand also turned into a giant sword. A giant sword that looked exactly like the shadow sword. The 4 monsters of the City of Sin were shocked when they saw this giant creature. This was because the skeleton soldier's strength had already reached the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm. This was also the realm of Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. Very few people knew that Ling Xiao's primordial spirit had always been weaker than his primordial spirit. Although his cultivation kept increasing at a very fast pace, it was still very difficult for him to close the gap between his primordial spirit and his primordial spirit. This was because his primordial spirit was increasing at a faster pace. In the past, he had the help of the Mountain River martial spirit. Later, he had obtained part of the human monarch's primordial spirit. Now, he had even cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to increase his cultivation and strength, he would have relied on his primordial spirit to end the battle faster. In fact, he had always treated this as one of his trump cards. The more trump cards he had, the harder it was for his enemies to see through him. Only then would he be able to live better. Today, he had used the eye of the tomb of the god of sin and his primordial spirit. That was because he had no choice. If he didn't use it, he would have to die. Or he would have to use the trump cards that he didn't want to use: Butterfly Lady, Yuan Venerate, Moon Lady. The onlookers were also surprised by the giant skeleton soldier that Ling Xiao had suddenly released. Ling Xiao had surprised them time and time again. They were a little numb to it. This kid's new tricks were simply endless. What are the 4 of you afraid of? That skeleton soldier is just big. If you're afraid, let me know and scram. Don't embarrass yourself there. Python 5 saw that the four monsters of the City of Sin were a little hesitant, so he tried to provoke them. He didn't want to see these four guys scared off before they could even make a move. The four freaks of the City of Sin exchanged glances. Their faces were full of viciousness. Then, they split into four directions and headed towards Ling Xiao with sharp blades in their hands. They were Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Although they were only at the first Grotto Heaven Realm, their opponent was only a 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist. If he was truly frightened, then how could he continue to live in the City of Sin? How could he survive in Jianghu? The elemental energy domain exploded in the air, forming four elemental energy blades, chopping towards the skull of the huge skeleton soldier. Because Ling Xiao was there, they knew that the skeleton soldiers were controlled by Ling Xiao, so as long as they could kill Ling Xiao, the skeleton soldiers would naturally be unable to move. With the four of them working together, let alone a Heaven Realm martial artist, even a second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist would not dare to take it head-on. Of course, that was only for ordinary martial artists. Ling Xiao was different, because he was not ordinary. Roar! The huge skeleton soldier let out a muffled roar. Its body suddenly exploded into the air from the ground. It waved the huge shadow sword in its hand and slashed around its body. The huge sword energy formed a ring, scaring the four freaks of the City of Sin into dodging. However, the attack came too quickly. They only had enough time to block it. The four of them were originally attacking, but at this moment, they were knocked back by the huge ring of sword energy. Every one of them retreated more than 10 meters, crashing into Python 5's sky before stopping. This kid is tricky. Use all your strength. The leader of the four freaks of the City of Sin hurriedly shouted. At the same time, a ferocious tiger appeared behind him. He had finally called out his martial spirit. The other three called out their martial spirits as well. The shadows of an elephant, a bear, and an eagle appeared behind them. The martial spirits of the four freaks of the City of Sin were actually four animals. However, this was not the end of it. The moment their martial spirits were called out, they chose to possess their bodies. The four of them transformed into the appearance of a tiger, elephant, bear, and eagle. Their bodies also became much larger, and the handicaps on their bodies were naturally gone. Of course, this was not all. As Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, the four freaks of the City of Sin worked together to create a Grotto Heaven Realm. It was a dense forest and a majestic mountain. This Grotto Heaven Realm was the best way to improve their martial spirits. The skeleton soldier once again landed on the ground. It stood there silently and observed the changes of the four freaks of the City of Sin. The red light in its eye sockets continued to flash. Ling Xiao sat on top of the skeleton soldier's head and calmly watched all of this. The strength of the four freaks of the City of Sin was not to be underestimated. Individually, the four of them were not very strong. However, when the four of them worked together, they could make a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist's heart palpitate. He had truly met his match, and it was a very interesting one. Roar! The skeleton soldier roared again. Behind its previously empty back, a huge pair of wings grew out. The wings were black and white in color and looked extremely ferocious. What is going on? Could this be Ling Xiao's martial spirit? It doesn't look like it. Is it a summoned creature? Why do I feel like this is some sort of Ling Xiao's ultimate skill? Did you notice? The skeleton soldier's movements are very similar to Ling Xiao's. No matter what it is so powerful. Why don't I have something like this? Everyone looked at the giant skeleton soldier with the wings on its back. They were all envious, jealous, and confused, because they had no idea what it was. Ling Xiao slowly closed his eyes. He had already given 60% of his soul to the skeleton soldier to use. Therefore, even though he could still move his original body, it was best not to use too much energy, or else the side effects would be too great. Who cares what kind of monster it is? With the four of us working together, I don't believe we can't kill it. Against the giant skeleton soldier, the four freaks of the City of Sin transformed into four beasts. With the help of the Grotto Heaven Realm, they all pounced on the skeleton soldier at the same time. Of course, their main target was still Ling Xiao, who was standing on top of the skeleton soldier's head. Slash. The voice came from the skeleton soldier, but it sounded more like a thicker version of Ling Xiao's voice. Though the voice was low and hoarse, it was even more dominating. A soaring aura burst out, and the huge shadow sword in the skeleton soldier's hand chopped down once again. With such a giant sword, slashing was more effective than stabbing. Vroom. The air began to vibrate violently. The giant phantom sword in the skeleton soldier's hand began to spin faster. On top of the blade, black and white light intertwined. This giant sword was like a saw that cut through space and trapped the four freaks of the city of sin within it. Not good. Seeing this, Python 5's expression changed. He pointed with his left hand and was about to attack Ling Xiao. He could not allow Ling Xiao to kill the four freaks of the city of sin. If that happened, then his plan would not be able to proceed smoothly. Chapter 1240. Originally, Python 5 thought that the city of sin's four freaks would be able to kill Ling Xiao with ease. But he didn't think that Ling Xiao would have such a trick up his sleeves. Seeing that the city of sin's four freaks were in danger, how could he not help? Now that the pharmacist was dead, who would challenge Ling Xiao? How would he force the Moon Lady to waste her energy? Python 5's only fear was the Moon Lady. He wanted people who could kill Ling Xiao. Then, the Moon Lady would step in and use those people to waste the Moon Lady's energy. In the end, he would kill the Moon Lady. The Moon Lady was his savior. But at the same time, she was his inner demon. He thought that if the Moon Lady was alive, she would hinder his training. After all, in his mind, the Moon Lady was far too powerful. So powerful that she was undefeatable. But when he pointed his finger, nothing happened. In the sky, a ray of light shot down and his attack was easily dissolved. Python 5 frowned and his face turned white. He couldn't be wrong. The one who helped Ling Xiao must be the Moon Lady. He was extremely annoyed. What was so good about this Ling Xiao? Why would the Moon Lady help him? In the sky, Ling Xiao's eyes were still closed. Currently, 90% of his soul had been split out. Only 10% was left to control his body. The other 90% was used in battle. The giant phantom sword mercilessly tore through the void and violently slashed towards the city of sin's four freaks. Even the paradise territory could not affect the power of this sword. The eagle flew away, the tiger ran away, and the bear was scared. Only the elephant monster was too slow and couldn't avoid this terrifying attack. He thought that Ling Xiao's attack this time would be the same as the one before. Little did he know that at the beginning, Ling Xiao only split out 30% of his soul. Now, he split out 90%. 90% of his soul was 3 times as powerful as before. The giant elephant monster was split in half by the sword. Blood splattered everywhere. One of the city of sin's four freaks, the elephant monster, had died. Fighting 1 against 4, Ling Xiao was able to kill one of the Paradise Realm cultivators without being injured. This was another miracle. It was another result that left everyone dumbfounded. At this moment, the skeleton soldier was no longer an undead summoned by the eye of the tomb of the god of sin, because it had 90% of Ling Xiao's soul. Its body complemented Ling Xiao's martial arts, and its battle prowess became terrifying. Everyone didn't know how to describe their shock, because summoned creatures weren't rare in the sealed world, but there had never been a method for a summoned creature to display their own martial arts. But Ling Xiao actually did it. What was going on? His long hair danced in the wind. His robes were whiter than snow. Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged. His eyes were closed, but he still looked very domineering. The ferocious skeleton soldier shook off the blood on its weapon. Suddenly, a red light flashed in its eye sockets, and it spoke in human language. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them. If you want to steal something from me, Ling Xiao, then be prepared to lose your lives. His cold and deep words caused everyone's hearts to tremble fiercely. Ling Xiao was really too terrifying. Although the heirloom seal was precious, it wouldn't be worth it to lose one's life for it. The Eye of the God of Sin's Tomb? What a beautiful name. What an artistic soul secret technique. If I can obtain it, that would be great. Corpse Granny stared at the huge skeleton soldier and felt her body tremble with excitement. To her, The existence of undead was also the source of strength. Although she cultivated the witchcraft of the ancient sorcerer clan, in the end, none of them could compare to Ling Xiao's secret technique. Previously, she wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but at this moment, she wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive. It would be a pity to kill such a brat. After dodging the skeleton soldier's sword, the tiger, bear, and eagle monsters shrank in a corner of the sky and trembled. Looking at the expressionless skeleton soldier that looked like a monster from hell, and then looking at the bear monster that was split in half by the blade, they didn't feel the slightest bit of anger, only fear and trembling. Too terrifying. This was only a 17-year-old young man. How could he have such powerful strength? The attack just now was definitely not a strength that a 10 Directions Heaven cultivator could display. It should be at least a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Ling Xiao cultivated the Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll. At first, he only wanted to improve his soul power because he knew that the strength of the soul was true strength. Whether a martial artist could escape the cage of the secular world and truly set foot on the peak of martial arts depended on whether the soul could reach a certain height. But what he didn't expect was that with the strengthening of the soul and the cultivation of the Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll, he found that the things that the Essence Soul could do were definitely not as simple as just using soul secret techniques. When the soul was strong to a certain extent, not only could it control all things, it could even revive the martial spirit. What was the martial spirit? There were many answers in the mystic world. Casually flipping through a book, there were thousands of explanations. But Ling Xiao firmly believed that the martial spirit and the soul were closely related. This time, he controlled the skeleton soldier as an experiment. When his soul became stronger, he didn't mind using his own soul to control the martial spirit. The mystic world's martial arts, in the end, were the martial spirit and the bloodline. The martial spirit seemed to be more focused on the cultivation of the soul. The bloodline was more focused on the cultivation of the body. These two were the key to determining victory and defeat. Martial arts, godly weapons, they were all used to pave the way for these two. Through the skeleton soldier's eyes, Ling Xiao calmly looked at the 3 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists who were scared out of their wits. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? The 4 monsters of the City of Sin were really going to become 4 dead dogs now. When you attacked me, you probably didn't think that you would be using your lives to bear the responsibility. Die. The skeleton soldier raised its huge shadow sword once again. On the sword blade, a golden light burned, and a huge golden crow gradually took shape. Giant transformation, golden crow soaring sun. A giant golden crow was released from the giant sword and completely filled the sky above Python 5. The 3 survivors of the 4 monsters of the City of Sin couldn't avoid it. At this moment, they could only cry and shout in the sky, slapping and crashing. Python 5, let us out. Python 5, let us out. This kid is crazy. He's crazy. We're no match for him. We don't want to fight anymore. They regretted it, thoroughly regretted it. With their strength, they shouldn't have had any greed for the Imperial Jade Seal. But greed had corrupted their hearts. Coupled with Python 5's instigation, they really thought that they could kill Ling Xiao and take the Imperial Jade Seal. But now, when death came, they were truly afraid. Ah! Another blood-curdling shriek rang out in the sky as 2 more of the remaining 3 monsters were killed. The tiger and the bear weren't fast enough. Chapter 1241. Even though Python 5 had released the sky screen, the tiger and bear monsters were still unable to escape Ling Xiao's attack. They died tragically under Ling Xiao's sword. Under the sword of this ferocious-looking skeleton soldier, the dignified Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists did not even have the strength to fight back. They did not even have the time to escape. The eagle flew away. After all, his speed was still a little faster. He rushed out of the sky screen and flew high into the sky. He did not even dare to look at his 3 dead brothers. The only thing he could think of now was to escape. At this time, he was already scared out of his wits. He had long lost the courage to continue fighting. His heart was filled with the fear of being killed. A dignified Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist had actually fled. If this matter was told to others, no one would believe it. However, right here, under the gaze of countless martial artists, he really did escape. However, would Ling Xiao let him go? The skeleton soldier stood there, the shadow sword in his hand aimed at the eagle monster in the sky. A huge crimson sun all was condensing on the tip of the sword. Perhaps because of the skeleton soldier's huge body, it was very easy for the crimson sun all to condense. Boom! The crimson sun all pierced through the sky. The eagle monster was directly hit, and even its corpse completely disappeared. The crimson sun all exploded in the sky like a bright firework. This caused countless people to be dumbfounded. However, no one expected that Ling Xiao would not stop there. The broken fragments of the crimson sun all fell from the sky and suddenly pierced the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth of Python 5's 4 bodyguards. Ling Xiao knew very well that this sneak attack would not kill Python 5. However, it would not be a problem to kill the 4 bodyguards of Python 5. First of all, the 4 of them would not have expected him to suddenly attack. Secondly, the power of the fragments of the Crimson Sun all was now enough to kill a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Clap, 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 clap. The 4 bodyguards' eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were lying on the ground at the same time. Their throats had been burned black by the fragments of the Crimson Sun all. You actually killed them. Python 5's face suddenly darkened. The death of the City of Sin's 4 freaks was merely a setback to his plan. He wasn't really angry. What he didn't expect, however, was that Ling Xiao would kill the 4 bodyguards who had been following him for a long time without saying a word. These 4 bodyguards were rare experts of the Black Python clan. Other than him, Python Feng, Python Sky, and Python Yun 2, these 4 people were the strongest. But today, the 4 of them were killed so easily. After a moment of shock, Python 5's anger burned. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with an incomparably terrifying killing intent. Not only will I kill them, but I will also destroy the Black Python clan. I'll make you all disappear from the City of Sin. A voice so cold that it was suffocating sounded from the skeleton soldier's mouth. I gave you face earlier, so I wasn't willing to become enemies with the Black Python clan. However, you just had to force me. You, Python 5, brought the destruction of the Black Python clan upon yourself. As he spoke, the red light in the skeleton soldier's eyes intensified. It even seemed to be emitting crimson flames. However, these flames made the Black Python clan warriors present feel waves of coldness and fear from the bottom of their hearts. More and more people gathered on the long street. Naturally, a large number of Black Python clan warriors were among them. They saw the scene of Ling Xiao killing the City of Sin's 4 freaks. They also saw the corpses of the warriors from Emerald Ripple Island and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company on the ground. Ling Xiao, such a small young man, had actually done something incomparably shocking. They even blamed Python 5 in their hearts. Why did he have to provoke this malefic star? Why? Just you? Python 5 looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Who told you that I can't find help? Are you saying that only you can use the human wave tactic and I can't even find a single helper? Ling Xiao sneered. You're shameless. Python 5 scolded. Shameless? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Was it shameless for him to ask the Moon Maiden for help? So what if Python 5 bullied the weak and relied on the strong to bully the weak? Who was the shameless one? No wonder he was born in the military. It turned out that he liked to distort the truth. Cold Plum, Hua Fuguang, Sister Moon Maiden, you can do it now. I want the Black Python clan to disappear. Ling Xiao's patience was limited. He had never thought of destroying the Black Python clan before. However, when Python 5 announced that he had the heirloom seal, he had already made up his mind to destroy the Black Python clan. Otherwise, it would be difficult to dispel the hatred in his heart. At this time, Corpse Granny, Zhang Tianda, and the Swallow's representative retreated to the side. They were all treacherous people. At this time, no one would help. What they hoped most was that the Black Python clan and Ling Xiao would both be injured. In the end, they would be the ones to seize the heirloom seal. Ling Xiao seemed to have recognized this point. He ordered Cold Plum to deal with Python Feng, Hua Fuguang to deal with Python Tian, and Princess Yunya to deal with Python Yun 2. Phoenix Cry, Piao Shui didn't intervene this time. Her purpose was to protect Ling Xiao, not to become enemies with other organizations. As long as Ling Xiao wasn't in danger, she wouldn't intervene. However, it didn't matter anymore. Without experts like Python 5, Python Yun 2, Python Feng, and Python Tian, the Black Python clan was a leak waiting to be harvested for Ling Xiao. They were no threat at all. Dong! Dong! The skeleton soldiers walked towards the Black Python clan's warriors. The onlookers began to flee. This was a terrifying battle. They didn't want to be involved just because they wanted to watch the show. Ling Xiao, if you dare to touch my Black Python clan's people, I will destroy your celestial empire. At this time, Python 5 could still maintain a high and mighty attitude. He ordered Ling Xiao around as if Ling Xiao was his subordinate. Python 5, you don't seem to understand the situation. Are you qualified to order me around now? Protect yourself first. Ling Xiao glanced at Python 5 disdainfully. He was indeed no match for Python 5 now, but he didn't need to deal with all enemies by himself. Why wouldn't he use a powerful helper like the Moon Maiden? The Moon Maiden in the sky had long been unable to suppress her murderous intent. So many people had come to make trouble for Ling Xiao today. She wanted to kill everyone from the beginning. However, Ling Xiao stopped her because Ling Xiao wanted to train. She had been suppressing her anger until now. In the end, Python 5 dared to provoke her. He was really unlucky. In the sky, a ray of moonlight fell and directly hit Python 5. Fortunately, Python 5 dodged quickly and only lost an arm. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of the Moon Maiden. Run! Python 5 finally understood the terror of the Moon Maiden. This woman was still as terrifying as before. Even though his cultivation had reached the Yin-Yang realm, he was still not worth mentioning in front of this woman. The only thing he could think of was to run away. There was no other choice. The Moon Lady chased after Ling Xiao relentlessly. She wanted everyone who had attacked Ling Xiao to taste the taste of pain. Corpse Grandma, Zhang Tianda, and Yan's representative were also frightened by this scene. Chapter 1242. Corpse Granny, Zhang Tianda, and Representative Yan all thought that Python 5 would be able to hold off the Moon Lady for a while, but who would have thought that he would be scared out of his wits by the Moon Lady's attack? How was he still that powerful and ambitious person? He was simply a piece of trash. At this moment, how could they dare to stay in the same place? However, because they still wanted to get the Imperial Ruler's seal, even though they had escaped, they did not go far. They were still hiding in the city of Sin, waiting for an opportunity to get the Imperial Ruler's seal. Ling Xiao had already rushed into the crowd of the Black Python clan and started a massacre. There was no sympathy or mercy in those empty skeletal eyes. Only slaughter could stop the slaughter. Only force could fight against force. No matter how many words some people said to persuade others to put down their weapons, in reality, countless facts had proven one thing. Killing to stop killing was the true way of the king. No dynasty had ever been built on a foundation without bloodshed. Because in this cruel world, if you did not kill others, others would kill you. If you sympathized with others, what you got in return would not be gratitude, but would only be repaid with enmity. Soon, all the warriors of the Black Python clan had turned into cold corpses. Ling Xiao did not vent his anger. He soared into the sky and landed on the Black Python clan's mansion. After confirming that the Everlasting Joy ancestor and the others were not inside, he destroyed the mansion as well. This was not only to vent his anger, but also a warning. He wanted to tell the world that whoever dared to provoke Ling Xiao, the Black Python clan was the best example. On the other side, Python Sky and Python Yun 2 were killed. Only Python Feng was still holding on bitterly. Seeing the members of the Black Python clan die tragically on the spot, his heart simply twitched. He hated himself. Why did he not stop Python 5 from finding trouble with Ling Xiao? If he had stopped him, the outcome would not have been like this. The onlookers trembled. Today, they finally understood a fact. The Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire was not a flower raised in a greenhouse. He was a terrifying existence, an existence who truly had the ability to make his enemies' lives worse than death. Perhaps the Imperial Jade Seal really belonged to him. Only a truly powerful person deserved such a treasure. I regret it so much. With a mournful wail, Python Wind was stabbed to death by Cold Plum. At the moment of his death, he finally came to a realization. Since Ling Xiao dared to come to the City of Sin, he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Ling Xiao knew that the imperial ruler's seal was a hot potato, yet he was still unwilling to throw it out. That was even more terrifying. This meant that this young man was confident enough to control the imperial jade seal. Just like when the human king had the imperial jade seal, no one dared to snatch it from him. For many people, this was a hot potato, but for Ling Xiao, it was a must. He knew that from today onwards, he would encounter all sorts of troubles. Many people would want to take action against him for the imperial seal. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt an immense excitement deep in his soul. The more enemies there were, the better. That way, he could continue to improve his strength. His strength didn't come from sitting there and cultivating. Instead, it came from constant battles. If one could become an expert just by meditating, then wouldn't it be too worthless to become an expert? The battle was over. The City of Sin was in a mess. Ling Xiao announced one thing in front of everyone. The imperial ruler's seal is in my hands. Whoever wants it can come and take it. However, before you come, think about it. The Black Python clan is your example. I won't leave anyone alive. Just as Ling Xiao made this announcement, the Moon Lady returned. Python 5's corpse was thrown onto the long street. That was the corpse of a Yin-Yang realm warrior. Even a powerful expert like Python 5 was killed. How terrifying was the woman beside Ling Xiao? Eye of the Divine Pot, collect. Ling Xiao wouldn't let Python 5's corpse go to waste. Although he was already dead, the soul power and yin-yang energy in Python 5's body were extremely shocking. These couldn't be wasted. It was crucial for Ling Xiao to break through and improve his cultivation. One battle caused everyone in the City of Sin to panic. Many people even thought that the alchemy conference that was about to begin would be impossible now that the Black Python clan had fallen. After all, the alchemy conference in the City of Sin had always been hosted by the Black Python clan. However, just as everyone was panicking, the Everlasting Joy Patriarch of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island appeared. The old man was like an old immortal who had attained immortality. He sat on a sedan chair. The sedan chair was actually suspended in midair. No one was lifting it. From this, it could be seen that the Everlasting Joy Patriarch's poison was almost cured. His cultivation was also almost recovered. Everyone, the Black Python clan, brought this upon themselves. As for other matters, they are not as important as the alchemy conference. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch said loudly, in the past, the alchemy conference was hosted by the Black Python clan. This time, I hereby announce that this alchemy conference will be the last one held in the City of Sin. The Everlasting Joy Celestial Island will host it. In the future, the alchemy conference will be held on the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch was also impressive. The alchemy conference was an important event to test the abilities of alchemists. In the past, the scale of the alchemy conference was not small. Unfortunately, the influence of the Black Python clan was limited. Therefore, there were still fewer alchemists who came. This time, he was going to host the conference in the name of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. Basically, all the young alchemists from the Heavenly Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and the nearby sea regions would come. Even the White Tiger continent might send some outstanding young alchemists to participate. Due to some last-minute changes, this alchemy conference will be postponed for 3 days in order to make it more convenient for the alchemists to go to the City of Sin. After announcing this matter, the Everlasting Joy Patriarch left the scene. However, before he left, he nodded at Ling Xiao. This was also a kind of attitude. Although he didn't say anything, he showed that he wouldn't blame Ling Xiao for going against the Black Python clan. After all, the Black Python clan had a deep relationship with the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. Thank you. Ling Xiao had already dismissed the skeleton soldiers. Although he felt that his body was swaying as if it didn't belong to him anymore, he still managed to say a word of thanks. After that, he returned to Princess Yun Yu's residence under the escort of Cold Plum and the others. When he arrived, Ling Xiao simply fell asleep. It was really too tiring. Although using the primordial spirit to fight was much more powerful than using his own body to fight, it was also much more tiring. In particular, the aftereffects were too great. He really couldn't bear it. Perhaps the everlasting joy patriarch announcing the postponement of the alchemy conference was actually a good thing for him. Ling Xiao rested for 2 full days. On the 3rd day, he finally woke up from his deep sleep. During these 2 days, some subtle changes occurred in the city of Sin. Chapter 1243. The smell of blood on the street had long been washed away. The ruins of the Black Python clan had been cleaned up and a huge plaza had been temporarily built. This should be the venue for the alchemy conference. There were many magic treasures in the profound world anyway. It was very easy to create a perfect venue for the conference. Not only that, the number of outstanding alchemists that had rushed to Sin City in the past 2 days had also increased. The Everlasting Joy ancestor stipulated that alchemists from the Heavenly Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and the nearby seas could participate in the alchemy conference. There were no age restrictions or racial restrictions. This was a lot more relaxed than the previous alchemy conference. Perhaps it was because of this that this conference had attracted a lot of attention. Even the Divine Phoenix Empire had sent people from Phoenix Cry Mountain to watch the competition. There were also imperial physicians from the palace who had come to participate. Similarly, the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island had also sent many alchemists. One of them was very eye-catching. His name was Danqing. Danqing was only in his early 30s, but he was one of the best alchemists on the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. His rank in the Alchemist Association was Peak Yellow Grade, and the badge Ling Xiao was currently wearing was High Yellow Grade. Because it was already the last day before the alchemy conference, Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow brought the Everlasting Joy ancestors' order to visit Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was stretching his limbs in the courtyard. After sleeping for 2 days, he felt as if his body was going to rust. It was not very comfortable, so he practiced in the courtyard to recover. Suddenly, a man and a woman appeared in his line of sight. The woman's clothes were whiter than snow. However, her clothes were decorated with beautiful and elegant snowflakes. It was very different from the pure white clothes that Ling Xiao had worn before. Her steps were light and graceful. It was obvious that she had been strictly educated since she was young. That was why she had such beautiful steps. Yun Ye's residence had been changed to the guards and attendants of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. At this time, the eyes of many bodyguards seemed to be attracted by the graceful steps of the young girl. They stared at her without blinking. Ever since Zhang Tianda escaped, the area manager of the first 2 continents that belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had changed to Yunya. It had to be said that the efficiency of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was very high. Although they did not send people to kill Zhang Tianda, they announced that Zhang Tianda was kicked out of the trading company. This was a very smart move. It was also a helpless move, because on this side, no one was more convincing than Princess Yunya. Even if the higher-ups wanted to send a manager over, the manager would probably be a mere figurehead. Therefore, the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company naturally took advantage of the situation. It was not a bad thing to do her a favor without offending Princess Yunya. The woman was, of course, Phoenix Cry Piao Shui. Perhaps in Ling Xiao's eyes, this woman was nothing. After all, she had the Moon Lady, Ling Yixue, and Cold Plum as a foil. However, in the eyes of other men, she was a goddess, the lover of their dreams. The man walking beside Feng Ming and Piao Shui was dressed in an elegant long robe with golden edges. He was natural and unrestrained and exuded a noble aura. The man's figure was a little thin, but he still walked steadily. His smile, in particular, was like the radiance of the spring sun that could melt the coldness in the hearts of young girls. Of course, this man's delicate and handsome appearance was not considered a characteristic. After all, in the mystic world, due to the difference in martial souls and cultivation methods, it was normal for many people to be delicate and handsome. The key was actually the badge on the man's chest. It was actually a top yellow grade badge issued by the Pharmacist Association. What did this mean? It meant that this man, who was about 30 years old, was actually a top yellow grade pharmacist. Within the range of the first two continents, he was definitely a top pharmacist. Perhaps in the past, some people would have thought that this man walking beside the woman was a toad lusting after a swan's meat. It was inevitable that others would be jealous and unhappy. However, after seeing this badge, those jealousy and unhappiness instantly disappeared and were replaced by admiration and shock. This man was one of the pharmacists sent by the Tranquil celestial island, Danqing. Moreover, Danqing fell in love with Fengming and Piao Shui at first sight. After seeing Fengming and Piao Shui, he directly went to Ancestor Tranquil to propose marriage. This bold move not only did not make Ancestor Tranquil angry, but also praised him for his bravery and even promised to match the two of them. After all, to Ancestor Tranquil, a genius pharmacist like Danqing was incomparably important to the Tranquil celestial island. Although Ling Xiao had cured his poison, this did not prove his full ability. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not a cultivator of the Tranquil celestial island. It was normal for him to be more willing to match Danqing with Fengming and Piao Shui. Of course, on the surface, it seemed like a perfect match, a match made in heaven, and a match made in heaven could be used to describe the two of them. The crowd could not help but cast envious and amazed gazes. At this moment, the two of them had become the most beautiful scenery in Yun Yu's residence. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them and smiled slightly. Ling Xiao, this is senior brother Danqing from the Tranquil celestial island. He is also a pharmacist and will be participating in the alchemy conference this time. Fengming and Piao Shui walked forward and introduced them to Ling Xiao with a smile. I can see that. A top yellow-level pharmacist at such a young age is really amazing. Ling Xiao was indeed somewhat impressed by Danqing. After all, to be able to reach such a level in his 30s, his talent was even stronger than Sun Shang's in the past. Are you the young hero Ling that the ancestor often talks about? You don't look like you're 20 years old. Are you really a yellow-level pharmacist? Danqing looked at Ling Xiao with some arrogance and doubt. He seemed to not believe that there was someone in this world who was more talented than him. Danqing, what are you talking about? He saved my grandfather's life. Don't you even have the most basic respect for him? Fengming and Piao Shui were a little unhappy. Haha, I'm sorry, Piao Shui. I just don't believe that it's his ability. Danqing smiled faintly and said, perhaps there is an expert behind him who is giving him pointers. Ling Xiao originally had a good impression of Danqing, but now he was a little unhappy. He had saved the Tranquil ancestor, and even the ancestor was polite to him. How dare this guy look down on him? Was it because this guy had some talent? He couldn't help but laugh coldly in his heart. Since the alchemy conference was about to begin, he didn't need to explain or argue. When the day of the alchemy conference began, it would be clear who was more powerful. Brother Danqing, you will soon know whether or not I have an expert to give me pointers. I only hope that as the representative of the Tranquil celestial island, you won't embarrass yourself at the alchemy conference. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, if the two of you have nothing else to say today, you may leave. I just woke up and have many things to do. Chapter 1244. Phoenix Cry. Piao Shui felt helpless. If she had known, she wouldn't have brought Danqing here. All right, Ling Xiao. Recover well. We'll see you at the alchemy conference tomorrow. Piao Shui, is this Ling Xiao really as powerful as you said? He's not even 20 yet, right? Danqing asked with a frown as he watched Ling Xiao return to his room. He hasn't even celebrated his 17th birthday yet. Danqing, although your grade is higher than his, you can't underestimate him. Not only does he have the true Samadhi flame and the dark flame of death, but his medical skills are also brilliant. Phoenix Cry. Piao Shui looked at Ling Xiao's back, her beautiful eyes shining. She secretly lamented that she didn't discover Ling Xiao's many good points earlier. Now that Ling Xiao had so many good women by his side, she couldn't even get a foot in. Danqing, who was at the side, glanced at Fengming Piao Shui and realized that the woman he liked was admiring another man in such an unscrupulous manner. He immediately felt a strong sense of jealousy and clenched his fists tightly. Piao Shui, do you really know that Ling Xiao? This person came to the city of Sin and turned it upside down. If you get too close to him, I'm afraid you'll implicate Eternal Joy Celestial Island. Danqing said. What do you mean? Hearing this, Phoenix Cry Piao Shui couldn't help but frown. Ling Xiao is the benefactor who saved my grandfather. I only know that he's the benefactor of Eternal Joy Celestial Island. Whether or not he's a troublemaker, whether or not he'll bring trouble to Eternal Joy Celestial Island, what does it matter? But this person isn't easy to deal with. He killed Python 5 and offended Water God Temple and Emerald Wave Island. There's too much trouble. Dan Qing said again. Feng Ming Piao Shui glanced at Dan Qing with slight annoyance and said, Big brother Dan Qing, you're the most talented alchemist on Chang'e Celestial Island. Can you not be so narrow-minded and short-sighted? You only saw who he offended, but you didn't see that he also had the support of the Moon Maiden, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Princess Yunya, the Divine Phoenix Empire's Qingshu College, our Everlasting Joy Celestial Island, and the Celestial Empire behind him. We don't want to be friends with him, but we want to be his enemy. What kind of logic is this? You've seen what happened to the Black Python clan. Python 5 couldn't even withstand a single blow from that Moon Lady. Haha, Sister Piao Shui, you're exaggerating. I'm just concerned about you. After all, this is the first time I've met Ling Xiao. There's no enmity between us, so why would I hate him? Dan Qing was infuriated because Feng Ming Piao Shui was protecting Ling Xiao, and also because Ling Xiao's luck was too good. His mentality was somewhat unbalanced. However, this person wasn't an ordinary person after all, so he still revealed a faint smile on his face. He didn't want to completely fall out with Feng Ming Piao Shui because of Ling Xiao. That wouldn't be worth it. That's right, brother Dan Qing. Ling Xiao's current grade may not be as high as yours, but he's knowledgeable and knows too many things. If you don't work hard, the title of the strongest pharmacist of the younger generation will really be taken away by him. Feng Ming Piao Shui smiled and said, Also, grandfather asked me to remind you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, the unlucky ones won't be Ling Xiao, but us? Those people who were killed that day are examples. Let's go. After walking out of Yun Yu's residence and seeing Feng Ming Piao Shui's lithe figure, Dan Qing's heart was instantly filled with anger. Piao Shui, the ancestor said that as long as I become the champion of the alchemy conference, he'll let us get married. He chased after Feng Ming Piao Shui and grabbed her hand. Feng Ming Piao Shui flung his hand away, then looked at him very calmly and said, We'll talk about this after you become the champion of the alchemy conference. I'm afraid that you're not even as good as Ling Xiao. She seemed to be a little angry and quickened her pace to leave. Dan Qing stood there with a gloomy expression. He turned back to look at Yun Yu's residence and gritted his teeth. Ling Xiao. I'll definitely let you know what a real pharmacist is at the alchemy conference. He was the pharmacist of the Chang'e Celestial Island, and his master was the strongest pharmacist of the White Tiger continent, Medicine King Sun Sa. He believed that no one on the first two continents would be his match. After saying that, Dan Qing quickly turned and left. There were some things that needed to be properly prepared. Ling Xiao stayed in his residence for a while and felt that his body had almost recovered. Considering that tomorrow was the day of the alchemy conference, he decided to go to the Chang'e ancestor to inquire about some things. After all, until now, he really didn't know how the alchemy conference would be conducted. After leaving Yun Yu's residence, Ling Xiao had just arrived at the residence of the Chang'e ancestor, which was also the venue of the alchemy conference. That place was originally the ruins of the Black Python clan's residence, but it had been rebuilt. Although it wasn't considered luxurious, it was definitely a grand place. The words Alchemy Conference were hung above the door at the entrance. The atmosphere was already very intense. Along the way, Ling Xiao realized that there were many more martial artists maintaining order in the City of Sin. Some of these people were local martial artists of the City of Sin, while others were martial artists of the Chang'e Celestial Island. However, they were all wearing the same uniform with the symbol of the Alchemy Conference embroidered on it. If he guessed correctly, this should be the work of the Chang'e ancestor. In the past, when the Black Python clan was still around, the Alchemy Conference's scale was relatively small. Relying on the Black Python clan alone was enough to maintain order in the conference. However, the scale of the Alchemy Conference this time was obviously much larger. That was why the Chang'e ancestor had organized so many experts to maintain order. After all, if such a grand event were to really cause trouble, there would be a lot of casualties. When that happens, the Changal Celestial Island's reputation would be affected as well. After all, they were the hosts of the alchemy conference. If something were to happen, they would be the ones to be scolded. At this time, there was a hubbub of voices outside the alchemy conference. The number of alchemists from the 2 continents and the nearby seas was at least 10 times more than 2 days ago. It could be said that the surrounding people were jostling shoulder to shoulder, and it was extremely crowded. It was no wonder. This was the first time the Changal Celestial Island hosted such a grand event. Naturally, many alchemists hoped to use this alchemy conference to let the world know of their existence. If they were chosen by the 5 Immortal Island, the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island, or the 2 Empires, then they wouldn't have to worry about wealth in the future. Ling Xiao was about to use his exquisite technique to enter and find the Changal ancestor when the crowd suddenly became restless. The people who were originally crowding at the entrance actually took the initiative to open up a path. Ling Xiao curiously looked towards the middle of the road and realized that there was a luxurious sedan chair there. The sedan chair was completely decorated with gold, silver, and jewels. It looked extremely beautiful and not tacky at all. Of course, the sedan chair wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were 4 rarely seen beautiful women carrying the sedan chair. The most terrifying thing was that the cultivation of these 4 beautiful women had reached the late stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. Are they the alchemist representatives of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? Ling Xiao couldn't help but mutter to himself. Chapter 1245. The reason why Ling Xiao judged that the 4 women were from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was mainly because he found that these 4 beautiful women all had the same mark as Princess Yunya. Therefore, he was basically sure that the people sitting in the palanquin must be the representatives of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company who came to participate in this alchemy conference. Sure enough, the one following behind the palanquin with a wry smile on her face was Princess Yunya. Obviously, Princess Yunya was a little dissatisfied with the way the owner of the palanquin appeared. The 4 beautiful women landed on the ground, and the palanquin was gently put down. The gauze curtain was lifted, and a lively figure jumped down from the palanquin. Hee, there are so many people. However, I, Ji Luoyu, naturally want to win the championship. The girl did not hide her ambition at all. Her voice wasn't soft at all. Everyone in the surroundings could hear her clearly. Who is this girl? Why is she so arrogant? Someone asked. Shuh, don't be so loud. Don't you know? She is the treasured disciple of the White Tiger Continent's Medicine King Sun Sa. She is also the deputy manager of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the White Tiger Continent. Not only is she super strong, but her alchemy skills are even more amazing. Among the crowd, there were naturally people who were experienced and knowledgeable and recognized the girl's identity. She's probably only 18 or 19 years old. She's actually a yellow-level super pharmacist. Someone noticed the Pharmacist Association badge that Ji Luoyu was wearing and was suddenly shocked. You didn't see wrongly. This is a figure known as the Little Medicine King in the White Tiger Continent. Although it's impossible for her to learn all of Medicine King Sun Sa's abilities, with her medical skills, she is absolutely invincible in the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents. What? Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Many older pharmacists lowered their heads and sighed, their faces red. Some of them were over 100 years old, but their pharmacist ranks were not as high as a little girl's. They really felt a little ashamed. Ling Xiao naturally heard these discussions. He was also a little surprised by this Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu. This girl should be only 2 or 3 years older than him, but her cultivation was much stronger than his. Her pharmacist rank had actually reached the highest level of the yellow level, which was even better than Danqing. Sure enough, the closer they got to the Heaven's Chosen Gate, the stronger their opponents became. If Ling Xiao really wanted to realize his great ambition of reshaping the human race's celestial empire, his current strength was not qualified at all. Once he reached the Paradise State, he would have to think of a way to head over to the White Tiger mainland. Perhaps he might be able to obtain even more fortuitous encounters over there, allowing his cultivation state to rise even faster. Naturally, his strength would rise even faster as well. Luoyu, Aren't you talking a little too big? According to my knowledge, there are two people who are probably not weaker than you. At this time, Princess Yunya also came forward and said to Ji Luoyu with a smile. Oh, I know. One is Dan Qing from the Changle Celestial Island, and the other is Ling Xiao, whom you can't forget. But it doesn't matter. They are no match for me. Ji Luoyu smiled, then walked into the alchemy conference with her 4 bodyguards. Although the alchemy conference hadn't started yet, some of the alchemists who had just arrived still wanted to inquire about the rules. Ji Luoyu was no exception. Ling Xiao smiled. Ji Luoyu was powerful, but unfortunately, she was no match for him. He had the help of the mountain and river martial soul and the Tai Chi Eye. Among the yellow-level alchemists, there was basically no match for him. During the alchemy conference, let me see just how powerful this proud little sister of yours is. After thinking about it secretly, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. He used the shadow step to slip through the crowd. He rushed into the alchemy conference square. After entering, it was obvious that the space was much more spacious. Ling Xiao simply showed himself. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be mistaken as an assassin. The Changle ancestor's residence was easy to find. His soul power was so strong that he could sense it slightly. The security inside was tight, but after seeing Ling Xiao, they didn't stop him. They even smiled at him. Ling Xiao thought that this was most likely the Changle ancestor's order. Although this old man didn't help him on the street, he was quite satisfied with the small things he did. Compared to many people who repay kindness with enmity, this old man was much better. Little friend, come in. Before Ling Xiao knocked on the door, the Changle ancestor's voice came from inside. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This martial artist with a profound cultivation must have a strong soul power. Walking into the room, the Changle ancestor was leaning on the soft couch and drinking tea. Although his body had basically recovered, it wasn't suitable for him to cultivate or be overly tired. He still needed to rest more. The old man he saw before was standing at the side with his hands behind his back, waiting on him. Little friend, did you come to find this old man today because of the alchemy conference? The Changle ancestor asked straightforwardly. That's right. Because I was in a coma for the past 2 days, I didn't ask clearly how the alchemy conference was going to be held and how to participate. I think with so many people here, it can't be that they are going to compete together, right? Ling Xiao sat down and asked. The number of people is indeed more than 10 times more than in the past, but it doesn't matter. The competition venue this time is also very big. Moreover, our competition will be divided into several stages. With each stage, the difficulty will increase significantly. The Changle ancestor replied. It's a little similar to the preliminaries of the martial arts tournament. Ling Xiao said. Yes, it's more or less like that. You don't have to worry about the specific process. Just come tomorrow and participate. Naturally, someone will arrange everything. If our Changle Celestial Island doesn't even have the ability to do this, it'll really be too embarrassing. The Changle ancestor nodded and said, Little friend Ling Xiao, there are many experts in the competition this time. Not only are there representatives from the 5 immortal islands, but there are also representatives from the White Tiger continent. I'm afraid you'll be under a lot of pressure. Ling Xiao smiled. He had already guessed this after meeting Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu. The Changle Celestial Island's influence was much greater than that of the Black Python clan. Therefore, when they held the alchemy conference, there would definitely be many people who would support them. This time was too tight, so some reclusive alchemists were unable to participate. Even so, the quality of the alchemists participating in this conference was still much higher than before. I understand. I saw Medicine King Sun Sa's disciple, Ji Luoyu, outside the door just now. She should be the highest grade among this batch of participants, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No, her overall strength can only be ranked 4th. There are 3 older alchemists in front of her. Although their grades are the same as hers, they are much more experienced. The Changle ancestor explained. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. This alchemy conference did not have an age restriction, so it was normal for such a situation to occur. In this alchemy conference, there are a total of 4 yellow-grade super alchemists, 10 top-grade alchemists, and as many as 100 high-grade alchemists. Therefore, you're under a lot of pressure. Do you want me to help you? The Changle ancestor asked with a smile. Chapter 1246. The Everlasting Joy ancestor proposed to help Ling Xiao in the alchemy conference. That won't be necessary. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I have confidence in myself. If that's the case, then this old man won't say more. Let's talk about the Imperial Jade Seal. The Everlasting Joy ancestor suddenly changed the topic. What's wrong with the Imperial Jade Seal? Ling Xiao asked with a half-smile. Young friend, don't misunderstand. This old man just wants to remind you that after you spread the news that the Imperial Jade Seal is in your hands, many people unrelated to the alchemy conference came to the City of Sin. They might attack you at any time. The Everlasting Joy ancestor reminded, Thank you for your concern, Senior. However, I've made myself very clear. If you want the Imperial Jade Seal, it's fine. However, if you implicate the Tin clans, I hope they won't regret it. Ling Xiao's words were both confident and a warning. He knew that the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island also coveted the Imperial Jade Seal. However, they didn't dare to openly snatch it because they were afraid of the Moon Maiden. However, if he guessed correctly, the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island must be secretly eyeing the Imperial Jade Seal as well. That's true. However, young friend, have you ever thought that if people join forces to snatch the Imperial Jade Seal, can the Moon Maiden stop them all? Even if she can, you won't even be able to sleep or cultivate in peace. Are you really willing to be coveted by others? The Everlasting Joy ancestor said again. That's a problem. What's the Everlasting Joy ancestor's opinion on the arrangement? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Actually, it's quite simple. There's a Vajra Island in the 7 Martial Sect Islands. There's a Vajra Pagoda on the Vajra Island. As long as you put something in there, even a Yin-Yang realm martial artist won't be able to snatch it away. The Everlasting Joy ancestor said, This old man suggests that you put the Imperial Jade Seal in the Vajra Pagoda first and take it out when you have the ability to use it. That's a good idea. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile, but it soon disappeared. He knew that this was just a small trick the Everlasting Joy ancestor had used to obtain the Imperial Jade Seal. Since that was the case, why not follow his heart? His mountain river martial spirit could replicate anything, including the Imperial Ruler's Seal. Of course, compared to the real thing, the replicated Imperial Ruler's Seal would lose its special effects. It would just look the same and be made of the same material. However, other than him, no one else knew about this. If he could use a replica to divert the trouble away, it would be a smart choice. Patriarch Changle was right about one thing. He did not have the qualifications to use the Imperial Ruler's Seal. He could only rely on the Moon Maiden. If he insisted on using it, he might hurt the Moon Maiden. How do I get to Diamond Island? Ling Xiao asked. After the alchemy conference ends, this old man will personally bring you there. Ancestor Changle's eyes revealed a hint of excitement, but he quickly concealed it. All right, I'll take my leave now. I'll come back tomorrow to participate in the alchemy conference. Ling Xiao stood up and said, There's no hurry. Maybe there's something you'll be interested in. Old Ancestor Changle said, Oh, it's like this. According to the rules of the conference, the top 20 pharmacists can participate in a ranking test before the start of the conference so that they can be re-ranked. This ranking will affect the selection of cauldrons, herbs, and other matters on the day of the conference. It's quite important. Do you want to give it a try? But I don't think I can make it into the top 20. Right? Ling Xiao asked. Don't worry. Even if you can't make it into the top 20, you can still participate in the test. I forgot to tell you that after the test, regardless of your ranking, you'll get a souvenir. The higher your ranking, the better the souvenir. Old Ancestor Changle said domineeringly. If that's the case, this junior will accept. Ling Xiao was actually not too interested in the souvenir. He was more interested in probing the strength of his opponents in advance. This way, it would be convenient to be prepared. Since you're willing, follow this old man. Old Ancestor Changle personally brought Ling Xiao to a building somewhere in the alchemy conference. This was an independent building that was clearly built using some kind of magic treasure. It actually looked somewhat majestic and dignified. Creak. As the door opened, there was a sudden clamor from inside. There were also countless pairs of slightly hostile eyes. Ling Xiao looked up and saw that Danqing and Ji Luoyu were indeed inside. Among the 20 pharmacists standing inside, there were 4 yellow-level super pharmacists, 10 yellow-level peak-level pharmacists, and 6 yellow-level advanced pharmacists who were outstanding. When Ling Xiao and old ancestor Changel walked into the hall, these people's gazes were all directed at them. When they first saw old ancestor Changel, they were somewhat surprised. However, when they saw him, they all revealed expressions of disdain. Ling Xiao was also wearing a yellow-level advanced pharmacist badge. However, that badge was clearly brand new and had been obtained not long ago. This meant that he was only a newbie among the yellow-level advanced pharmacists. Most people in this hall would probably not take him seriously, especially when they saw Ling Xiao's age. These people revealed even more disdain. When Danqing saw Ling Xiao, he was clearly somewhat astonished. However, after a moment, he revealed a cold smile. He had probably guessed that old ancestor Changel wanted Ling Xiao to participate in this pre-competition prediction. He wanted to make a fool of Ling Xiao at the alchemy conference. However, he could not wait any longer. During the test later, he would be able to make Ling Xiao face reality. As for the young medicine king, Ji Luoyu, she only casually glanced at Ling Xiao before retracting her gaze and chatting with the pharmacists at the side. She was definitely like a moon surrounded by stars. Those who surrounded her, regardless of whether they were male or female, all had expressions of admiration and envy. However, regardless of the gazes in the hall, Ling Xiao's expression remained calm. At the side, old ancestor Changel could not help but secretly praise, as expected of a leader among the younger generation. Facing so many malicious gazes, he can still remain so calm. Amazing. However, he did not know that Ling Xiao was calm because he was confident. Not only was Ling Xiao not nervous, but he also wanted to laugh. Old ancestor, why are you here? An unfamiliar face in the hall came forward and asked. This person should also be from Changel Immortal Island. He was very respectful to old ancestor Changel. Yes, I brought a little fellow to participate in the test. If he can enter the top 20, write his name in. Old ancestor Changel said indifferently. Old ancestor, I'm afraid this is not good. That person frowned and said, what's not good about it? It's not breaking the rules. As the organizer of this conference, do I not have the qualifications to recommend a young and promising genius pharmacist? Old ancestor Changel said with a cold face. Chapter 1247. Yes, of course. But do you really want to give him the recommendation? That person obviously looked down on Ling Xiao, but that was normal. Ling Xiao was the youngest among these people. One look, and you could tell that he was the kind of person who didn't know how to do things properly. Who would dare to believe him? Can't I? Of course, of course. That person muttered. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, you were able to get the ancestor's recommendation. This is a special case among special cases. If you don't have confidence, you should take the initiative to give up. Don't embarrass the ancestor when the time comes. You don't believe in the patriarch? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Nonsense, I don't have confidence in you. The alchemists participating in this alchemy conference are generally stronger. So even if it's just a test before the competition, it won't be easy. You have to think carefully. It's fine if you embarrass yourself, but if you embarrass the patriarch, you'll be making an enemy out of the everlasting joy celestial island. That person shouted sternly. How should I address you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. My surname is an O, so it's senior. It's not up to you to tell me who I'm embarrassing. Moreover, you're so presumptuous that I'm going to embarrass myself. If I get good results later, won't you embarrass yourself too? As a member of the everlasting joy celestial island, if you embarrass yourself, won't you be making an enemy out of the everlasting joy celestial island? Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the middle-aged man with the surname Nan. It seemed that every sect was short of such fools who relied on their powerful connections to intimidate others and judged others by their appearance. You better know what you're talking about. The man with the surname An snorted coldly. At this moment, He had already noticed the ashen-faced patriarch everlasting joy beside Ling Xiao. He knew that he had overstepped his boundaries. Therefore, he did not dare to continue. Don't worry. I, Ling Xiao, have always known what I'm talking about and what I'm doing. It's just that some people don't understand. Ling Xiao glanced at the man with the surname and indifferently. Then, he turned to Patriarch Everlasting Joy and said, Patriarch, I'll go and prepare first. Yes. Patriarch Changel nodded and watched as Ling Xiao entered the testing grounds. Ancestor, this subordinate really didn't mean to be disrespectful to you just now. It's just that although this Ling Xiao saved your life, it's only because he knows a lot of things. You see, he doesn't even dare to refine the pill himself and has to let other alchemists refine it. I really don't believe that he has any ability. After Ling Xiao left, the man surnamed and hastily and respectfully bowed to Patriarch Changel. All right, I know what you mean. However, this old man is very optimistic about this kid. After all, this old man owes him a favor. Since he wants to participate in this test, this old man will naturally help him. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch waved his hand. Ancestor, you should know that because of the time you were poisoned, the second island master and the third island master wantonly bought people's hearts. Your prestige is no longer what it used to be. If this matter really causes your reputation to be damaged, the situation will be even worse. The man surnamed and reminded him, Lien, this old man knows that you have good intentions. However, there's no need to continue discussing this matter today. The test is about to begin. Even if this old man regrets it now, it's too late. It's better to watch quietly. Hearing this, Lien helplessly sighed. He was absolutely loyal to the Everlasting Joy Patriarch. Even when the Everlasting Joy Patriarch was poisoned, many people who were originally respectful to the Patriarch had chosen to side with the two Vice Island Masters. However, he still didn't change his stance. This was also the reason why he spoke sarcastically to Ling Xiao today. He didn't want Ling Xiao to ruin the Everlasting Joy Patriarch's plans. However, it was a pity that the Everlasting Joy Patriarch seemed to have full confidence in that kid. Even if he wanted to stop him, it was impossible. He could only endure it for now. After sighing, he walked over and loudly announced, Everyone, stand in front of your own testing platform. There's a black box on the testing platform. This box can isolate internal energy, soul force, and vision. There are various medicinal ingredients inside. You can only choose from them by touch. Whichever medicinal ingredient you choose, that medicinal ingredient will be that medicinal ingredient. You can choose a maximum of 5 medicinal ingredients. Then, write down the detailed information of these 5 medicinal ingredients on a piece of paper and point out the pill formula that can be refined. Remember, there's more than one formula. Write down as many as you know. You don't have to personally refine it. Our committee will judge. Write an effective formula within a fixed time, and you'll get 10 points. The more, the better. I believe you all understand. This is to test your familiarity with medicinal ingredients, as well as your understanding of pill and medicine formulas. The harder you work, the better your test results will be. The time limit is 30 minutes. After it's over, our committee will judge. Oh right, there's a condition that I added at the last minute. If you can't even write an effective formula in the end, then you'll lose the qualifications to participate in this alchemy conference. If you're afraid, then give up as soon as possible. As he said this, Lien intentionally glanced at Ling Xiao. Originally, this test didn't have such a punishment. However, he did it on purpose to scare Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao give up on the test. However, Ling Xiao stood there calmly. He was even smiling. This made Lien a little annoyed. Ling Xiao, you're not going to give up? Whether it's experience or cultivation level, you are the weakest out of the 20 people here. If you give up now, you can save your face. Later, it'll be too late for you to cry. Lien purposely raised his voice in front of everyone. Hee, Seniorin, you have underestimated me time and time again. No matter how good my temper is, I'm not too happy about it. Since you are saying this in front of everyone, then I don't mind asking, if I pass the test, what will you do? Do what? That's a lot. For example, apologize to me in front of everyone here. For example, walk around the streets of the city of Sin and bark like a dog. Whatever you choose, I won't force you. Ling Xiao was not an aggressive person. However, the other party had caused him trouble time and time again. How could he tolerate this? Fella, do you know who you are talking to? An Lian is one of the examiners for this year's gathering. Dan Qing said coldly. I don't need you to remind me. Of course I know he is an examiner. But an examiner has no reason to pick on a participating alchemist. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Dan Qing. His eyes were glued to An Lian. An Lian was having a hard time getting off the tiger. After a moment of silence, he clenched his teeth and said, Fella, if you can write 3 or more effective recipes, I am willing to slap myself 3 times in front of everyone here. Slapping himself a few times wasn't a big deal. What was important was slapping himself. Ling Xiao wanted to break this guy's spirit. 3 effective recipes? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Forget it. You're my senior, so I'll let you have your way. I'll write 4 effective prescriptions, and you can slap yourself 4 times. That way, it'll be more balanced. Chapter 1248. This kid is really conceited. All right, go ahead and give it a try. I want to see if you will cry in the end. An Lian was furious. When he had reprimanded the disciples of Tranquil Immortal Island, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Everyone had been obedient. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be so unruly? All right, I promise you. What if you can't do it? An Lian asked. Simple. If I can't do it, not only will I not participate in the alchemy conference, but I will also hand over the imperial ruler's seal. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. The imperial ruler's seal. Ling Xiao's words left everyone dumbfounded. How confident was this fellow to even dare to use the imperial ruler's seal as a wager? All right, An Lian shouted hurriedly, as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao would regret his decision. Actually, he was overthinking things. How could Ling Xiao regret his decision? Perhaps Ling Xiao was still unable to dominate in terms of martial arts. However, in terms of alchemy, if Ling Xiao claimed to be second, no one would be qualified to claim to be first. Even his master, a Yuan Venerate, would not dare claim to be as knowledgeable as him. Now, everyone, go to your own testing platform and start the test. The time has been set, so please pay attention. An Lian no longer looked at Ling Xiao and announced the start of the test. The testing platforms were random, so Ling Xiao chose the one closest to him and walked over. The rest of the people also chose their own testing platforms. No one dared to cause any trouble here. After all, the Tranquil Patriarch was standing there and watching. Brother Ling, you really shouldn't have offended Senior, and what you did was a little too much. Ling Xiao had just entered the testing platform when he heard a voice coming from next door. When he turned around, he saw that it was Dan Qing. This fellow had just reprimanded him and was now lecturing him. This really made him unhappy. Too much? I didn't know that Brother Dan Qing could ignore someone after being ridiculed. It's a pity that I don't have a turtle shell. I don't know how to pretend to be a coward, nor do I need to. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. After he finished speaking, he turned his head back and started to concentrate on selecting the medicinal herbs. He couldn't rely on his internal energy, soul force, or his eyes. He could only rely on his sense of touch to choose. He had to concentrate. Dan Qing was slightly angry. This was not the first time Ling Xiao ignored him. This made him, the #1 young alchemist of the everlasting joy Immortal Island, a little unhappy. He always felt that he was incomparably noble, but when he came out, he stepped on a pile of cow dung, and his heart was extremely unhappy. What's wrong, Brother Dan Qing? Did that guy offend you? On the other side of Dan Qing was the little herb king, Ji Luoyu. Ji Luoyu seemed to be very interested in painting. It was possible that she had a crush on him. After all, Dan Qing had a handsome appearance and his cultivation had reached the 2nd grotto heaven realm. In addition, he was a top Huang-level alchemist. He was definitely one of the best among the younger generation. It was normal for women to be interested in him. Sister Luoyu, don't you know that Ling Xiao? He saved the life of the everlasting joy ancestor. Dan Qing said with a smile. I'm not interested in him. He's just a Huang-level alchemist. Everyone says that he saved the everlasting joy ancestor, but that's just a rumor. Moreover, even the ancestor himself suspected that someone was guiding him. It's not a big deal. He just read a few more books. Ji Luoyu really wasn't interested in Ling Xiao. Instead of discussing Ling Xiao, it was better to get closer to Danqing. After all, Danqing was much stronger than Ling Xiao in all aspects. Cultivation, alchemist grade, background. These were all things that Ling Xiao couldn't catch up to. That's true. At this moment, Danqing's vanity rose to the extreme, and he was very happy in his heart. Feng Ming and Piao Shui praised Ling Xiao in front of him, which made him angry until now. However, Ji Luoyu's words made him feel much better. Brother Danqing, the test has already begun. Let's also make a move, lest some pretentious people take advantage of us. Ji Luoyu said with a smile. I wish you all the best. Danqing nodded and looked at the black box in front of him. Your test questions this time are really good. Not only does it test the extent of the pharmacist's knowledge, but it also tests their practical experience. If they haven't refined pills before, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to write down the refining process of a pill in detail. The everlasting joy ancestor walked to Enlien's side and gently patted his shoulder as he praised. Many thanks for the ancestor's praise. This is what we should do. Fortunately, I've touched every kind of medicinal ingredient and refined many pills. Otherwise, just the selection of medicinal ingredients today would be difficult. Ling Xiao found that there were many medicinal ingredients in the black box that were very similar in shape. This way, those who had an ambiguous understanding of the appearance of medicinal ingredients would have trouble identifying them. Tai Chi eye. Ling Xiao opened his left eye and couldn't help but smile. His left eye could actually see the medicinal ingredients clearly through the black box. The 5 medicinal ingredients that he had chosen through touch were exactly the same as what he saw. This made him smile knowingly. Naturally, he was somewhat satisfied with his performance. After all, among those present, there was really no one who had the ability to see through things like him. However, the selection of medicinal ingredients was actually the most simple step. As long as these 21 people were true alchemists and not sneakily obtained their grades, they should be able to pass. The problem was the next pill formula. Not only did a pill formula have to write down the amount of medicinal ingredients needed, but it also had to describe the refining process in detail. The trouble was here. No matter which 5 medicinal ingredients Enlien put in the black box were combined, it was very difficult to refine the pills that currently existed. In other words, those who participated in the test had to create. It was very difficult to develop a pill formula on one's own and withstand the test. Many alchemists just learned step by step and absorbed mechanically. They only knew how to refine the pills in the books and didn't know how to invent and create their own. Thinking up to here, Ling Xiao involuntarily turned his head and glanced at Enlien, thinking to himself that this guy was really ruthless enough. Of the people present, if they could come up with a pill recipe after racking their brains, it would already be very impressive. Enlien wanted to crush the pride of these outstanding geniuses and pour a bucket of cold water over their heads, so that they wouldn't dare to be complacent at the alchemy conference tomorrow. Damn it! No wonder this guy dared to make a bet with me, to create more than 4 pill formulas? It's really not an ordinary level of difficulty. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and started racking his brains. At the same time, the rest of the testers also encountered the same difficult problem. However, their difficulty was definitely much lower than Ling Xiao's, because they only needed to create 1 pill formula and that would do. But even so, there was still no one who could complete this matter in a short time. Chapter 1249. After a long time, Ancestor Changel looked at the clock hanging on the wall and gently shook his head. Enlien, isn't this test a little too difficult? 20 minutes have already passed. Don't worry, Ancestor. Although it's a little difficult, it shouldn't be a problem for someone in the top 20 to come up with an answer. The reason why no one has finished the test yet is because they want to get a higher result. Enlien smiled. That's true. But Enlien, you should have a better understanding of these people's standards. Tell me, who will get the highest score this time? Ancestor Changel smiled and asked. Of course, he hoped that the alchemy conference could produce as many powerful pharmacists as possible. After all, This was the alchemy conference he presided over. Therefore, he was very concerned about the top 20. Lien pondered for a moment and said, "The one who will get first place will most likely be Danqing. In fact, Danqing's grade has already reached superior yellow grade. It's just that he hasn't participated in the test. Moreover, his practical ability is stronger than others. He was one of our core pharmacists in Changle Immortal Island." "Oh, he's stronger than the Little Medicine King?" Ancestor Changle smiled and said, "Although the Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu isn't as old as Danqing, she has been learning from the Medicine King Sun Zai. She has also handled a lot of herbs. In addition, she's the Deputy General Manager of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's headquarters in White Tiger Continent. If she doesn't have the ability, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company wouldn't have given her such honor." Ancestor is right. That's why I hesitated just now. To be honest, in terms of creativity, the two of them should be on par. They're much stronger than those old bones in front of them. Perhaps they won't be able to get first place in the alchemy conference, but this test shouldn't be a big problem. And Lien thought and said, "My judgment is similar to yours." Ancestor Changle nodded. "Why didn't Ancestor mention Ling Xiao?" And Lien asked doubtfully, "Didn't you recommend him?" Although Ling Xiao is knowledgeable, he's still unconventional. His basic knowledge isn't solid. He should be able to pass the test, but it's unlikely for him to get first place. Ancestor Changle shook his head and said, "I'm afraid he won't even pass the test. He's just an advanced yellow-level alchemist. Unless he's a genius, it's hard for him to have the ability to create his own pills." No matter how Lien looked at Ling Xiao, he didn't like that guy. It was probably because Ling Xiao didn't give him any face. Hee, you'll know when it ends. Patriarch Changle did not dwell on this issue. After all, no matter what he said, if Ling Xiao did not perform well, it would be meaningless. The next thing to do was to wait. He didn't have high expectations for Ling Xiao. At the very least, he could pass the test. As for his ranking, it didn't matter. Yes, someone stopped. Just as Patriarch Everlasting Joy and Lien were discussing the testers, a person walked out of one of the testing platforms. He held a piece of paper in his hand. Others definitely wouldn't know what was written on it. This required the judges, namely the Everlasting Joy Patriarch and Lien, to take a look. Is it Danqing? Isn't this child a little too anxious? There are still nearly 10 minutes left. Why is he so anxious? Patriarch Changle frowned and said, "Logically speaking, for this kind of test, it didn't matter if one finished at the last minute. As long as one could write enough pill formulas, it would be enough. For Danqing to come out so quickly, he was either too confident or too anxious. Patriarch, you might have misunderstood him. With his results, he might be able to secure first place. After all, it's just a test. There's no need to go all out." Lien had a lot of faith in Danqing. Almost at the same time as Danqing, the Little Medicine King, Ji Luoyu, also stopped. Ji Luoyu looked at Danqing with a smile and said, "Brother Danqing, you're really confident. You stopped so quickly. You must be certain of your victory." "Likewise. Sister Luoyu, you finished the test almost at the same time as me. In the end, we can only see who has more answers and whose answers are more reliable." Danqing smiled. Although Luoyu respects Brother Danqing, I'm afraid Brother Danqing will lose to Luoyu on this point. Ji Luoyu smiled and handed the paper in her hand to Lien. Then, Lien placed it on the table in front of Patriarch Changle. Patriarch Changle casually glanced at it and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Danqing and Ji Luoyu's answers were really beyond his expectations. However, in the end, to prove who was stronger, it still depended on whether the pill in the answer could be refined. If it couldn't be refined successfully, then it was meaningless. Go to the side and try. Only the pill that can be refined successfully counts. Otherwise, it doesn't count. Lien said to the pharmacists on the judging panel. These pharmacists wouldn't participate in the alchemy conference, but they were all proficient in the art of alchemy. They were basically qualified to be judges. Of course, there would be 2 heavyweight judges in tomorrow's alchemy conference. One of them was the president of the Divine Phoenix Continent's Pharmacist Association branch. The other was the top pharmacist on Changle Celestial Island. It was said that he had already broken through the limit of yellow-level pharmacists. The last one was even more impressive, the White Tiger Continent's Medicine King Sun Zai. After all, tomorrow's alchemy conference was too important. It was really hard for ordinary judges to convince people. Time gradually passed. More and more examinees finished their tests and handed the papers in their hands to Enlien. Enlien handed these papers to the judging pharmacists for them to refine. This was also the key to determining the score. The first to finish their tests were the 4 yellow-level super pharmacists and the 10 yellow-level peak-level pharmacists. The yellow-level advanced pharmacists were still inferior, so they didn't finish their tests. No one knew what Ling Xiao was doing. He also didn't finish his test. Looks like this Ling Xiao is only at this level. Although he's knowledgeable, he's still lacking in practical operations. He can't be compared to Danqing and Ji Luoyu. He can't be compared to the other yellow-level super and peak-level pharmacists. Enlien's face revealed a smug expression. He seemed to feel that his judgment of Ling Xiao was too accurate. Let's wait a little longer. It's not over yet. The Changel Patriarch smiled. He wasn't in a hurry. He believed that with Ling Xiao's ability, passing the test wouldn't be a problem. It was just that his score couldn't be compared to the first 14 examinees. Danqing couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ling Xiao's testing platform. He saw that Ling Xiao was still thinking hard. He couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile. Some people are just good at talking. When it comes to the real test, they immediately show their true colors. Perhaps because he noticed that Feng Ming and Piao Shui were also in the audience and even revealed an anxious expression, he purposely spoke very loudly. Chapter 1250. Brother Danqing, he is only a yellow-level advanced medicine master. Don't you care too much about him? Ji Luoyu did not understand Danqing's reaction. Was it necessary to care so much about a yellow-level advanced medicine master who was not as good as himself? It's not that I care. He was too arrogant just now. He actually dared to not give face to Senior Enlien. Danqing explained. Oh, I see. Ji Luoyu did not ask any more questions. Everyone was still waiting. When it was the last minute, the remaining 6 yellow-level advanced medicine masters had finished their examination and handed their papers to Enlien. At this moment, the only one who had not finished his examination was Ling Xiao. The smile on Enlien's face grew wider and wider. In the crowd, Feng Ming and Piao Shui's brows furrowed even tighter. Could it be that Ling Xiao really couldn't make it? Brother Danqing, that person seems to be really weak. Even if he can't compare to the yellow-level super medicine masters and top medicine masters, he should be able to compete with those yellow-level advanced medicine masters. The difference is too great. Ji Luoyu seemed to be getting impatient from waiting. She did not like to stay here and wait for others to complete something. That was too boring. That's right. I've also warned that kid to learn from the seniors in a down-to-earth manner. Don't blow your beard and glare when you don't understand. In the end, little sister Luoyu, you've also seen it. This fellow is just good at talking. Danqing raised his voice even higher, as if he was afraid that others could not hear him. Feng Ming and Piao Shui became even more anxious. Dang, dang, dang. Finally, the magic treasure clock on the wall rang. This was the signal that the examination had ended. Enlien's face was like a flower that had completely bloomed. He smiled. He was originally worried that Ling Xiao would surprise him and display abilities that would surprise him. But now, it seemed that he had worried too much. He stood up and excitedly announced the end of the examination and asked everyone to leave the examination platform. Of course, Ling Xiao was the only one left on the testing platform. His words were undoubtedly meant for Ling Xiao. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui sighed helplessly. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to fail such a test. Could it be that the outstanding young man in her heart was just an illusion? Ling Xiao walked out of the testing platform with a helpless and regretful expression on his face. Alas, it's a pity that time is too short. His sigh was heard by everyone. His words were also heard by everyone else. Hee, this person is really interesting. I think it's not that the time is too short, but that you're too weak. Others have already completed it, but you complain that the time is too short? Ji Luoyu said with a smile. She really didn't have a good impression of this Ling Xiao. He obviously couldn't do it, but he still said that the test time was too short. What kind of logic was that? Danqing also said in a strange tone, Sister Luoyu, don't say that. Even if he doesn't pass the test, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he has the support of the everlasting joy ancestor, so he should still be able to participate in the alchemy conference. Although these words seem to be speaking for Ling Xiao, in fact, the sarcasm was even thicker. Ji Luoyu's words were just expressing her personal dislike, but Danqing was clearly targeting him. I should still be able to pass the test. Ling Xiao scratched his head and said. Lian sneered and said, Take out your test paper. I've given you so much time. I don't know what you're going to do. But don't forget about our bet. I won't let it go so easily. Of course. Ling Xiao smiled and handed the test paper to Lian. Lian didn't even look at it and handed it to the pharmacist judge next to him. Ancestor, it's not that I don't want to give Ling Xiao face, but this kid is really too arrogant. If I don't teach him a lesson, he really won't know what's good for him. After handing over the test paper, Lian bowed and said to the everlasting joy ancestor, Just do it according to the rules. The everlasting joy ancestor only nodded slightly. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. On the other hand, Fengming Piaoshui, who was watching the show, was restless like an ant on a hot pan. In her opinion, Ling Xiao might really not be able to pass the test. It was even more impossible for him to win the bet with Lian. In that case, wouldn't he have to hand over the Imperial Jade Seal? With Ling Xiao's personality, would he really be so obedient? If he didn't hand it over, would they fight? Just as she was extremely anxious, Lian was already preparing to announce the results of this test. The announcement of the results was naturally done according to the order of the papers handed in. The first paper came from Danqing. Lian looked at the results and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Very good. Danqing wrote 6 prescriptions, all of which can be refined into effective pills. He scored 60 points. Once this was said, everyone was a little surprised. One had to know that even those pharmacists who served as judges only had 4 or 5 prescriptions at best. Danqing's results were actually better than theirs. One had to know that Danqing had handed in his paper a long time in advance. Such a genius was really admirable. Danqing cupped his hands and said, This junior's talent is shallow and can only think of these 6 prescriptions. Although his words were modest, his face was filled with pride and confidence. One look and one could tell that he was extremely proud. To be able to do this, he was probably already at the level of a yellow-level super pharmacist. This Danqing's pharmacist ability was probably even higher. Danqing, you're too humble. Not to mention these people here, even if you look at the entire Divine Phoenix continent and Heavenly Dragon continent, no one can compare to you in this test. Lian exclaimed, Senior Lian, it's best that you don't be too arbitrary. Otherwise, you'll be slapped in the face. Ling Xiao smiled lightly. Just mind your own business. Lian snorted coldly and ignored Ling Xiao. Instead, he took out Ji Luoyu's results. Could it be that Brother Ling thinks that little Pill King Ji Luoyu can beat me? Danqing glanced at Ling Xiao and asked, She's too inexperienced and can't beat you. At least, she can't win in this test. But I can win. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ha ha, funny. Danqing laughed loudly, but he was extremely surprised. He was surprised that Ling Xiao could be so thick-skinned. He clearly couldn't even pass the test just now, and now he actually dared to say such shameless words. Just at this moment, Lian read out Little Pill King Ji Luoyu's results. Although Ji Luoyu wrote 6 prescriptions, only 5 of them could really be refined into pills. The 6th prescription was a little whimsical. Lady Luoyu, if you can successfully refine this prescription on the spot, there won't be a problem. Lian looked at Ji Luoyu and said, No need. Ji Luoyu shook her head. She was already satisfied with the 5 prescriptions. Anyway, it was just a test, and she didn't need to take out all her trump cards. Chapter 1251. Ji Luoyu, 50 points. Among the results that were announced, there were 3 people with higher scores. They were also the 3 yellow-level super pharmacists other than Ji Luoyu. Their scores were also 50, tied with Ji Luoyu, but they took a longer time, so they were ranked behind. As for the others, Even the worst one had passed the assessment with a prescription. In short, the test results were not bad. As expected of the top 20 pharmacists, they did not let Lian down. In the end, only Ling Zhao's results were not announced. At this time, Lian also showed a somewhat mocking smile. Ling Xiao, you just said that Danqing's results were not the best, right? Then why don't you think about your own results? Lian asked. It shouldn't be too bad. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Not too bad? You kid. Water must have entered your brain. You actually wrote 10 prescriptions, but none of them could be refined successfully. This is your result. 0 points. Lian read it out on the spot without holding back. Silence. At this moment, the hall became as silent as death. Wow. A moment later, there was a roar of laughter. He wrote 10 prescriptions, but none of them could be used to refine pills. Didn't that mean that those prescriptions were simply written carelessly? Idiot. What is that guy trying to do? Can prescriptions be written carelessly? Can this kind of person be a pharmacist? Ji Luoyu could not help but show a sneer. She had been by Medicine King Sun Sa's side for a long time and knew that a pharmacist's responsibility was to save the dying and heal the injured, and to serve martial artists. People like Ling Xiao, who casually wrote prescriptions, were simply committing a heinous crime and disregarding human life. Senior Lian, isn't your evaluation a little too arbitrary? Ling Xiao did not look at Ji Luoyu at all, but looked at Lian and said very indifferently, Arbitrary? Lian frowned and said, Do you think I'm deliberately targeting you? He really didn't target Ling Xiao. After all, Patriarch Everlasting Joy was here, so he didn't dare to do so. That's not it. I just feel that the standards of the pharmacists on the judging panel might be slightly lacking. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What do you mean by almost? Lian's expression turned even colder. You dare to question the ability of the pharmacists? So what if I'm suspicious? My 10 prescriptions are written so clearly, yet I still can't refine any pills. This kind of ability, hee. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. How are we supposed to refine the pills with the carelessly written recipe? One of the pharmacist judges was infuriated. A carelessly written prescription? What if I can refine it? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. If you can write it out, we will acknowledge your criticism. The apothecary judges reached a consensus. Okay, then maybe I'm going to refine pills on the spot for everyone to play with today. It seems that someone said that I don't know how to refine pills. Although the 10 prescriptions I wrote are all ungraded pills, the effect is not bad. I'll refine them for you to see. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Prepare the venue for him. Lian said fiercely. He was about to explode from anger because of Ling Xiao. How could there be such an audacious guy who dared to question the pharmacists on the judging panel? He wanted to humiliate Ling Xiao in front of so many people. However, after 15 minutes, 10 pills full of energy were placed on the plate. At this moment, Patriarch Everlasting Joy felt his heart twitch. He had thought about how outstanding Ling Xiao was, but he never thought that Ling Xiao would be so outstanding. Lian's expression was even more astonished. Ling Xiao actually managed to refine 10 pills in front of everyone. He only spent a quarter of an hour to refine 10 pills. How could he be so powerful? Dead silence. It was as silent as the wilderness in the middle of the night. There was no noise in the noisy hall at all. Everyone stared at the 10 round pills with their mouths agape. What was replaying in their minds was the process of Ling Xiao refining the pills. The judging pharmacists were almost thinking the same thing. To be able to use those few medicinal herbs to refine these 10 types of elixirs, this was simply a monstrous level of talent. What's more, Ling Xiao's alchemy skills were not worse than any of them here. Moreover, at the critical moment, he could always use his outstanding skills to make up for some defects in the prescriptions and successfully refine the pills. To put it bluntly, these 10 prescriptions could only be refined by those with good skills because it required precise flame control ability and proficiency in herbs. They were completely convinced. No wonder Ling Xiao said that their abilities were not good enough. They really were not good enough. Such a monstrous talent, unless it was a pharmacist at the level of Medicine King Sunbu. Only then would he have the qualifications to be a judge. They were still too inexperienced. Feng Ming Piao Shui was so excited that she jumped up and muttered to herself, I knew it. I knew he would be fine. Perhaps it was her voice that eased the atmosphere in the hall. Many people cast complicated gazes at Ling Xiao. There was reverence in these gazes. There was also jealousy. There was also disbelief. At any rate, at this very moment, no one dared to look down on Ling Xiao in the slightest. The ability that Ling Xiao displayed was much stronger than them. Ji Luoyu was so angry that she almost cried. She said loudly, "Ling Xiao, you bastard. You're obviously so powerful, but you're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. You're crazy." Ling Xiao looked at her indifferently and said, "Little Medicine King, I really don't have a masochistic habit, and I'm not pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Then why did you hand in the paper so late and deliberately put on a regretful expression for everyone to see?" Ji Luoyu asked. "I handed in the paper late because I thought of more prescriptions, and I just wanted to use all the time reasonably. I didn't deliberately put on a regretful expression, but really regretful. If I had more time, I should be able to write 10 more prescriptions." Ling Xiao said indifferently, Although Ling Xiao was telling the truth, it still gave people a strong feeling of pretentiousness. Ji Luoyu was so angry that she didn't know what to say. When Ji Luoyu questioned Ling Xiao, Dan Qing's face was ashen. His hands were clenched tightly. If he could use all the time, then perhaps he could write 4 more prescriptions and reach the same level as Ling Xiao. But he was too proud. So he handed in the paper early, and he felt that no one could be better than him. But Ling Xiao used facts to hit him back, and he was slapped hard in the face. Dan Qing was extremely arrogant, and it was very difficult for him to accept this kind of thing. Of course, the one with the most interesting expression was still in Lian. His eyes were the most complicated. After various expressions slid across his face, he sighed heavily and said, "I lost, completely lost. Good boy. I didn't expect you to have such terrifying ability at such a young age. With your ability, you should at least be a top yellow-level pharmacist, or even a super yellow-level pharmacist." Chapter 1252. Perhaps. I've never said that I'm a high-grade yellow-level apothecary. Unfortunately, back in the Skydragon continent, the Apothecary Association branch, there was only qualified to award me a high-grade yellow-level badge. Ling Xiao really didn't want to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, but he really didn't have the chance to raise his apothecary rank. And Lien was shocked. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I've always been a man of my words. Since I've lost to you, I'll slap myself 4 times in front of everyone." "Wait a minute," Ling Xiao shouted. "I'm afraid 4 slaps aren't enough, right?" "What?" And Lian's face turned even uglier. Patriarch Chang'e was also a little unhappy. Ling Xiao was being a little unreasonable. "All right, then I'll slap myself 10 times. And Lian gritted his teeth and said, "Senior and Lian, you've misunderstood. As long as you admit your mistake, there's no need to slap yourself. I just wanted to let you know that you shouldn't look down on others. Since you've already admitted your mistake, I'm not an unreasonable person." Ling Xiao smiled and said, letting An Lian slap himself wouldn't make him feel any better. Instead, it would make this guy hate him to the core. There was no need for that at all. Ling Xiao wasn't an unreasonable person. He wouldn't really explode unless the other party went too far. "An Lian, your tolerance is worse than a child's." Patriarch Chang'e smiled and said, "Patriarch, you're right. This subordinate knows his mistake." An Lian thought of his previous attitude. He was determined to make a fool of Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao won and left him some face. Otherwise, if he were to slap himself in front of so many people today, he really wouldn't have the face to see others in the future. I believe I don't need to say much about the results of this test. Ling Xiao is first with 10 pill recipes, followed by Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu. All 21 people here have passed the test, which means that our previous list is quite reliable. Ling Xiao is a special case, and he is definitely not the only one. Today's test is only a test. Tomorrow's alchemy conference will be the real feast. I hope that you won't embarrass yourselves and this old man." Old Ancestor Chang'e smiled and said, "But this old man will say the ugly words first. Those who aren't in the top 20 might not necessarily be as powerful as you. Ling Xiao is an exception, and he is definitely not the only one. Yes, those who could be ranked in the top 20 were all experts. They were also very confident. They would definitely not allow a second Ling Xiao to appear. They might have lost to Ling Xiao in today's test, but they definitely couldn't lose to him in tomorrow's alchemy conference, nor did they want to lose. All right, that's all for today. Go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, show me your true abilities. Yes, the test takers bid farewell to An Lian and the everlasting joy ancestor, and then left. They were actually clear that there would be great figures of the alchemist world descending tomorrow. Thus, some of their best tricks and trump cards would only be revealed tomorrow. Even if they lost to Ling Xiao in today's test, it was actually nothing. They could just win it back tomorrow. Brother Ling, wait a moment. Just as Ling Xiao was preparing to leave, Dan Qing stopped him. What? Does Brother Dan Qing have something to teach me? Ling Xiao asked calmly. I don't dare to say that I have something to teach you. I'm just surprised that Brother Ling is actually so powerful. Previously, I was the one who had eyes but failed to recognize Jade. Dan Qing said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. You must be joking. It's just some small tricks. I've only read a few more books and no more things. It's no big deal. Ling Xiao still had an indifferent expression as he said, Ha ha ha, Brother Ling is really modest. However, in my opinion, Brother Ling most likely knew the test topic in advance. After all, the ancestor thinks so highly of you. There was a fire burning in Dan Qing's heart. It was the fire of jealousy. Even if the truth was right in front of his eyes, he still could not believe it. He could not admit that Ling Xiao was stronger than him. When he thought of how Ling Xiao was brought here by Ancestor Changle, he was sure that Ancestor Changle had informed Ling Xiao of the topic in advance. This way, Ling Xiao could do so well. This was the only explanation. He believed that Ancestor Changle would definitely not do this during the Alchemy Conference's main competition, nor could he do so. That was because the topic of the Alchemy Conference's main competition would only be raised by the 3 heavyweight alchemists when the competition began. Thus, it was impossible for him to know in advance. He thought that without Ancestor Changle's help, he would definitely be stronger than Ling Xiao. He could not possibly lose to a nobody like Ling Xiao. People were like this. He was originally a highly anticipated genius, and his results had always been number 1. But one day, he suddenly met someone who was much younger than him, but his results were much better than his. This would cause his mentality to be unbalanced. Hence, he would find many reasonable excuses to convince himself, to make himself feel better. This was a classic case of self-hypnosis. Ling Xiao smiled. Actually, he had seen many of such things. From the Ling family to Sky Cloud City and then to Yuehua School, every single time a nobody like him obtained some good results, there would always be a few geniuses who would jump out to pick on his flaws. So towards this Dan Qing's words, he couldn't be bothered to explain. He only smiled and said, as long as Brother Dan Qing is happy. Whatever you think, goodbye. The other party would definitely not accept his explanation now. On the contrary, he might even think that he was quibbling. He, Ling Xiao, was not in the mood to do such a tiring and thankless task. He might as well wait till the alchemy conference to use facts to shut this fellow up completely. There was a saying that was very good. If you can make a move, don't talk. If you want to slap someone's face, you should use facts to slap him. That would be even more vicious. With a light laugh, he turned around and left. Staring intently at Ling Xiao's disappearing figure, the fire in Dan Qing's heart burned even more vigorously. Just you wait, Ling Xiao. Not only will I become the champion of the Alchemy Conference, I will also make Fengming's Piao Shui marry me right in front of your eyes. However, at the next moment, he saw Fengming's Piao Shui chasing after Ling Xiao's figure. Ling Xiao, wait, I have something to tell you. Fengming's Piao Shui was like a beautiful butterfly as she flew over with an excited smile on her face. Dan Qing felt as though his heart was being squeezed by something painful. Damned Ling Xiao, the hatred of snatching my wife. I will definitely not let you off. He didn't marry Fengming's Piao Shui, and Ling Xiao also didn't chase after her. However, Dan Qing felt that Ling Xiao's hatred towards him belonged to snatching his wife. He didn't know where this anger and hatred came from. Dan Qing, do you hate him? In the hall, only Patriarch Changle and Dan Qing were left. Patriarch Changle suddenly appeared beside Dan Qing like a ghost and asked with a smile. Dan Qing wouldn't dare. Dan Qing shook his head. It's best not to hate him. He has no interest in Piao Shui, so there's no fundamental conflict between you and him. There's no benefit in provoking him. You're on your own now. Patriarch Chang'e shook his head. He was worried about Dan Qing when he recalled Ling Xiao's domineering attitude during the battle on the Long Street. Would anyone who offended Ling Xiao have a good ending? Chapter 1253. What Fengming Piao Shui said when she caught up with Ling Xiao was actually an invitation. Medicine King Sun Sa had arrived at the city of Sin and wanted to host a banquet at his residence. He invited Elder Chang'e and Fengming Piao Shui. The strange thing was that Ling Xiao was also invited. Fengming Piao Shui was here to deliver the invitation to Ling Xiao. Medicine King Sun Sa's invitation. Of course I won't refuse. Looking at the jade green invitation card, Ling Xiao was actually a little excited. Medicine King Sun Sa was the most outstanding pharmacist on the White Tiger continent. Such a person actually invited him. No matter what the reason was, he had to attend. Maybe he could learn some things about the White Tiger continent from Sun Sa. That's great. I was afraid that you wouldn't want to go. But Ling Xiao, you have to be careful. Danqing and Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu will definitely attend this banquet. Those two don't have a good impression of you. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui reminded him. Also, I'm afraid that this banquet might have something to do with the Imperial Jade Seal that you're holding. If possible, bring Her Highness Moon Maiden along. If she goes, you'll naturally be safe. There's no need. Ling Xiao shook his head. The Moon Maiden wasn't his only trump card. He was afraid that the other party would set a trap for the Moon Maiden. Therefore, the Moon Maiden definitely couldn't go. If he went alone, it would be easier for him to escape. Anyway, I'm reminding you. Be careful when you come at night. Fengming Piao Shui understood Ling Xiao's temper, so she didn't insist. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would probably be angry. When that time came, even she would be blamed. Thank you. I will be careful. Ling Xiao looked at Fengming Piao Shui. It wasn't that he didn't know that this woman was interested in him. It was just that he wasn't a promiscuous person. He didn't want to hurt Fengming Piao Shui, so he didn't plan to get too close to her. However, words of thanks still had to be said. After returning to Yunya's residence, Ling Xiao found out that Princess Yunya had also accepted the invitation. It just so happened that when night fell, the two of them went out together and headed towards the residence of Medicine King Sun Sa. This time, Medicine King Sun Bu came to the city of Sin and directly stayed on a ship by the sea. That ship had sailed over from the White Tiger continent and possessed even more advanced puppet and mechanism technology. It was even more exquisite than the ones from the Sky Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. Even though it was parked on the sea, it was still very comfortable. To put it bluntly, this guy just looked down on those facilities and felt that they had no class. Looking at the brightly lit giant ship, Ling Xiao was truly a little shocked. However, even if it was the White Tiger continent's mechanical arts, compared to the giant steel wheels in his memory, or even the machines that could fly, there was still a gap. He didn't know which world the memories he had obtained came from, but that place could really be said to be a place where mechanical puppet techniques were extremely developed. It was just that people didn't seem to know how to cultivate. Ling Xiao and Princess Yunya boarded the ship on foot. Since they had an invitation, they were naturally not stopped. The banquet seemed to be taking place on the deck of the ship. There were many familiar faces in the crowd. Of course, there were also many strangers. The moment Ling Xiao entered the ship, countless pairs of eyes were cast towards him. Among them, there were naturally those with ill intentions, and there were also those who were clearly surprised. Seeing Ling Xiao, perhaps many people would have some doubts in their hearts. In the city of Sin, Ling Xiao wasn't as famous as he was in the Sky Dragon continent. Many people wouldn't give him face. Even if he destroyed the Black Python clan, angered Jade Wave Island, and crippled the One-Eyed Pirates, it was still the same. Because many people didn't believe that he did it at all. In those people's eyes, Ling Xiao's age was actually the original sin. You're so young. How could you do such amazing things? Wasn't that just bragging? In a corner of the ship, Corpse Grandma, Zhang Tianda, and Representative Yin were also present. Perhaps it was because many important people came to the city of Sin and they felt that the Moon Lady wouldn't dare to mess around. So they all showed up. Representative Yin, weren't you the one who invited Divine Phoenix Empire's Inferno General, Xiao Zhan, today? Where is he? Zhang Tianda saw Ling Xiao and then asked in a low voice, "Don't forget, this time we're relying on this Xiao Zhan to take revenge." Inferno General Xiao Zhan, one of the Divine Phoenix Empire's 13 divine generals, a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Not only was he powerful, he was also wild and arrogant. His position in the Divine Phoenix Empire wasn't low. If the 10 Great Phoenix Sons were the future of the Divine Phoenix Empire, then the 13 divine generals were the backbone of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Northern Region King Jining was one of the 13 divine generals, and he was ranked near the top. Although this Xiao Zhan was ranked near the bottom, he was a capable general of Crown Prince Jining. Among the 13 divine generals, he was doing much better than Northern Region King Jining. Haha, don't worry, Xiao Zhan will definitely come. That guy's personality is very similar to Crown Prince Phoenix Mountain. He is overbearing and arrogant. When he meets someone he doesn't like, he will kill without hesitation. He is very powerful with the support of the Ice Phoenix clan. Representative Yin said with a smile, "He will definitely come today because Princess Yunya is here." That guy fell in love with Princess Yunya at first sight. Moreover, he said in front of many people that whoever dares to snatch Yunya from him, he will destroy them. No wonder, Ling Xiao is in trouble this time. He is so close to Yunya, Xiao Zhan will definitely not let him go. Zhang Tianda chuckled. I don't care what grudges there are between this Xiao Zhan and Ling Xiao. In short, today, this old woman must see Ling Xiao's blood splatter on the spot. After that Xiao Zhan and Ling Xiao fight, we can act in secret. Corpse Granny smiled sinisterly. Since her debut, she had never suffered such a big loss, and all of this was thanks to Ling Xiao. Although she was afraid of the Moon Lady, she couldn't let go of her revenge on Ling Xiao because of fear. When the time comes, we will have to trouble you, Corpse Granny. In terms of sneak attacks and plotting, you are a first-class expert. Representative Yen said with a smile, Don't worry, leave it to me. Corpse Granny sneered again and again, as if she had already seen Ling Xiao's corpse on the spot. In another place, Dan Qing, Ji Luoyu, and the others were also sitting there. They never lacked fans around them. After all, the test that day was only an internal test, and the results would not be made public. Therefore, except for those who participated in the test at that time, no one else knew that they had lost to Ling Xiao. Those who participated in the test naturally wouldn't speak carelessly. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. Senior brother Danqing, I thought that Ling Xiao had 3 heads and 6 arms. Why would Sister Piao Shui have a soft spot for him? It's simply annoying. Many people from the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island came to cheer for Danqing. One of them observed Ling Xiao for a while, and then said with some disdain, He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, but he has a glib tongue. That mouth can not only deceive ignorant women, but also our ancestor. Danqing said coldly. Chapter 1254. I heard about this. I don't know where that guy found a way to cure the poison in the Changle ancestor's body, but he immediately gained the ancestor's trust. It's really hard to accept. The junior brother of the Changle Celestial Island said again. He has an expert to guide him. He's different from us. Didn't you see that Princess Yunya of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was talking and laughing with him? He probably got the detoxification method from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Another person said, That's really possible. Everyone nodded and said, Many people were like this. If they couldn't do something, they would think that others couldn't do it. If others did it, then they must have done it through abnormal means. It was cheating. Speaking of Princess Yunya, I really don't understand why she has a soft spot for that guy. It's really enviable. Princess Yunya had always been a goddess in the hearts of many young people. She was enchanting, charming, gorgeous, and beautiful. In addition, she was a standard rich woman. She was fair, rich, and beautiful in the true sense. There were countless people who wanted to be the man by her side. The one who spoke had once tried to pursue Yunya, but he was mercilessly ignored by Yunya. It would be good to reject him. It would be too hurtful to ignore him directly. At this time, Danqing suddenly smiled and said, I heard that Xiao Zhan, the General of Fire of the Divine Phoenix Empire, is also interested in Princess Yunya. He even said it in public. I wonder what he will do after he comes today. He was also invited? Ji Luoyu asked with interest. That's right, Sister Luoyu. That's why I said that there will be a good show tonight. It will definitely be better than those singers. Danqing smiled. In fact, he hoped that Ling Xiao would be killed by Xiao Zhan. In this way, no one would compete with him for the fluttering snow of the Phoenix Cry. Even at the alchemy conference, he would have one less strong opponent. Hee, it sounds quite interesting. I don't like this kind of noisy occasion, but today, I feel that it's quite interesting. A look of excitement appeared on Ji Luoyu's face. The banquet had not yet started, and Sun Sa had not yet appeared. Several important figures should still be discussing something. Therefore, the guests who weren't very important now were chatting and discussing things in groups of 3 or 5. Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed in the sky. Then, an explosion sounded from the giant wheel. The flames surged, and a person appeared. This person was dressed in red and looked rather heroic. His brows were furrowed, and he looked very dignified. Standing there, he looked disdainfully at the few martial artists on the ground who were scared out of their wits. He spat out a word from his mouth, trash. That's right. Someone who would be scared by him must be a piece of trash. He lightly patted the dust off his body and then looked around like a falcon looking for prey. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a certain spot. At first, his expression was one of excitement, but after a moment, his eyes were filled with brutality and hatred. In that place, Ling Xiao and Princess Yunya were sitting face to face. No one knew what they were talking about, but they were laughing very happily. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a strong, murderous aura coming towards him. And the person who came was not weak, but he didn't make any reaction. He still held the wine cup in his hand and chatted with Princess Yunya. A strong cyclone like a storm came towards him. Ling Xiao just moved his feet slightly, and then steadily poured the wine in the cup into his mouth. A figure flew past in front of him. A figure that was as furious as flames. Boom! That figure couldn't stop his momentum, and his palm landed on the deck nearby. He spun in a circle and steadied himself. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao fiercely. At this time, Ling Xiao slowly stood up, and his eyes revealed a bit of cold, murderous intent. This person didn't say a word and came to kill him. This made him very unhappy. No matter who the other party was, he must pay the price today. The sudden fight here attracted the attention of everyone on the deck. When everyone saw the troublemaker and the troublemaker, many people showed expressions of schadenfreude. The troublemaker was one of the 13 Divine Phoenix Empire's Inferno General Xiao Zhan. The one who was looking for trouble was the recently famous Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao of the Celestial Empire. Interesting that Ling Xiao could actually dodge Xiao Zhan's sneak attack. This battle might be much more exciting than imagined. Ji Luoyu shook the wine cup in his hand and showed a very satisfied smile. How is that a sneak attack? Xiao Zhan is an idiot. The murderous aura was so strong when he attacked. Any martial artist with a little sensing ability could dodge it. Danqing cursed in a bad mood. Xiao Zhan couldn't kill Ling Xiao in one strike, which made him a little angry. He felt that Xiao Zhan was a little unreasonable. Haha, interesting. The Inferno General Xiao Zhan fought against the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. How good is this Celestial Emperor? I guess we can see the result tonight. The disciples of Everlasting Joy Immortal Island were gloating. Facing Xiao Zhan, it's already pretty good that Ling Xiao can keep his life. Don't forget that Xiao Zhan is a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Moreover, he's a second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Without the help of others, it's impossible for Ling Xiao to win. But I heard that Ling Xiao once killed 4 first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists alone in the battle on the Long Street, and even injured a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Rumors, if you believe them, then you're stupid. Ling Xiao could have provoked any woman, but he had to provoke Princess Yunya. How could Xiao Zhan let him have it easy? Even if he doesn't die, his cultivation will probably be crippled. Danqing shook his head. He didn't believe the rumors about Ling Xiao killing 4 first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists at all. He felt that it was a little ridiculous. Xiao Zhan's cultivation was the same as his. He believed that Xiao Zhan could definitely teach Ling Xiao a lesson. He couldn't let this guy be too arrogant. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the red-robed middle-aged man opposite him. In his impression, this guy should be one of the 13 divine generals of the Divine Phoenix Empire, General Lihua Xiao Zhan. He had never seen this person before, but he had heard Feng Yinran mention him. To put it nicely, he was a fierce general. To put it bluntly, he was rude and overbearing, very much like Chu Feng Ming Qishan. If he didn't like someone, he would directly attack without any nonsense. I was wondering who it was. So it's a mad dog. Has your brain been roasted by fire? Ling Xiao's words weren't pleasant to hear, because the other party's attack was too ruthless. If he hadn't noticed the attack in advance, and if his movement technique wasn't good enough, any other person of the same age would have been killed on the spot by that punch. He knew that the other party was General Lihua, but he definitely wouldn't be polite to someone who attacked him ruthlessly. At this moment, his heart was filled with killing intent. It was just that the other party's strength was extraordinary, so he didn't act rashly. Otherwise, this battle would have already begun without any suspense. Chapter 1255. Xiao Zhan glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently and scolded, "Damn it, you must be Ling Xiao. When I was in the Imperial City, I wasn't there, so I let you be arrogant. What? Now you want to steal my woman? Yunya beside you is my woman. If you dare to flirt with her, I'll kill you." "Princess Yunya, do you know him?" Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Yunya shook her head and said, "He's just a madman." Of course, she knew that General Lihua Xiao Zhan wanted to pursue her, but she had never agreed. She had never even had a meal with this Xiao Zhan. This Xiao Zhan was a complete madman. He wanted to force himself on the woman he had set his eyes on. "Are you okay?" Yunya asked with some worry. "This kind of trash can't hurt me. If you really have nothing to do with him, then I won't be merciful. This guy is ruthless enough. He actually wants my life." Although Ling Xiao's voice was very soft and his tone was not that fierce, Princess Yunya felt a chill down her spine when she heard it. In the battle on the long street, Princess Yunya had truly seen Ling Xiao's decisiveness in killing. This guy would never let go of the person he wanted to kill. He indeed has nothing to do with me, but he has a close relationship with the Crown Prince, Phoenix Qishan. After all, you are still the Dragon King of the Divine Phoenix Empire. I'm afraid it's not good to fall out with him like this, right? After all, Princess Yunya was a businesswoman. She also had business dealings with Phoenix Qishan, so if today's matter could be resolved peacefully, it would naturally be best. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Xiao Zhan spoke again. "Ling Xiao, I'm asking you a question. Don't talk nonsense. What is your relationship with Yunya?" Xiao Zhan's voice was full of rage. His fighting spirit gushed out like a raging fire, burning the surrounding sky red. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Princess Yunya, it's not that I want to kill him. He is courting death." He took a step forward, and his fighting spirit rose rapidly. At that moment, he seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. "You're asking about my relationship with Princess Yunya? I can tell you right now that she's my woman. What do you think?" Ling Xiao's words were naturally just to provoke Xiao Zhan, because today, he didn't intend to hold back. Since the other party wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't hold back. "Brat, you're courting death." When Xiao Zhan heard Ling Xiao's words, it was obvious that the anger on his face was even greater. The blazing flames behind him actually rose to a height of more than 10 meters. It looked really terrifying. His martial soul was the Raging Inferno martial soul, which was a type of fire martial soul. The reason why he was called the General of Raging Inferno was because of this martial soul. Attach. In that instant, the flames suddenly disappeared, and then a strange situation occurred. Xiao Zhan was actually wrapped up by the crimson flames, forming a thick layer of flame battle armor. Ling Xiao had done this before, but it was obviously not as solid as Xiao Zhan's flaming battlesuit. He could even feel that the flame had integrated into Xiao Zhan's internal organs and even his blood. This was the true meaning of martial soul possession. Although there were many ways to fight with martial souls, and attaching was just one of them, martialists who could be possessed by martial souls all possessed extremely strong combat strength. It just so happened that Xiao Zhan was such a martialist. This fellow's rude and tyrannical temper had been cultivated on the battlefield. Ling Xiao was very calm as he looked at Xiao Zhan. His opponent was a martialist at the second paradise realm. If he wanted to defeat him, he had two options. One was to borrow the power of the butterfly lady, a Yuan venerate, or a human monarch. The other option was to use a secret spirit technique, just like when he had dealt with the four freaks of the City of Sin. However, the repercussions of the latter option were too severe. If he used it today, he wouldn't be able to participate in the alchemy conference tomorrow. He didn't intend to use the former option immediately. After all, he wanted to see how far he could go in a fight with Xiao Zhan based on his own strength. In a sense, Ling Xiao was also a battle maniac. He yearned to fight with experts. Only then would he be able to gain more experience. However, his actions were seen as pretentious and jealous by many people. Ling Xiao definitely wants to show off in front of Princess Yunya. However, I'm afraid that he will make a fool of himself if he fights with Xiao Zhan. Danxing sneered and said, he could have called for help directly. As long as the Medicine King, Sun Sa, and the others appear, Xiao Zhan wouldn't dare to act recklessly even if he had 100 guts. This guy isn't stupid, he's just a little carried away. After all, he is in front of a beauty. If he cowers, he won't be able to gain the favor of a beauty in the future. Even if he loses, he will still be considered brave. Ji Luoyu smiled. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao miscalculated Xiao Zhan's temper. Once Xiao Zhan makes a move, he will really beat someone to death. Who cares? We are just here to watch the show anyway. Whether Ling Xiao is a snake or a dragon will soon be revealed. There were many people who didn't mind watching the show. On the other side, Corpse Granny closed her eyes and a black shadow flew out from her body. It was faintly discernible and gradually approached Ling Xiao. If someone knew Corpse Granny, they would know that this was Corpse Granny's unique assassination skill, Shadow Demon. This Shadow Demon was an undead spirit that she had raised in her body. Although it couldn't attack the enemy's body, it could affect the enemy's soul. It could be imagined that when Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhan were in the middle of a battle, their souls would suddenly be affected and they would lose the initiative to fight. What would the result be in the end? On the other side, the battle had already begun. In front of everyone, Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhan's fighting spirit collided in the air and actually erupted with substantial destructive power. Then, the two suddenly rushed out. One was holding a sword, and the other was waving the Fire Divine Fist. They hit each other's vital points in the air. This was a real battle to the death. Although they didn't say anything, both of them were going in the direction of a battle to the death. Get lost. Xiao Zhan punched out and hit the tip of Ling Xiao's sword. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded in the air. On one side was a glaring light, and on the other side was a blazing flame. The two of them actually couldn't gain any advantage. However, the collision was only a single exchange. Xiao Zhan had rich combat experience, and his cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's. After his right hand blocked the tip of Ling Xiao's sword, his left hand chopped toward Ling Xiao's head. This move was simply too powerful. If it really hit Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao's head would really explode. However, although Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't as good as his opponent's, and his overall strength wasn't as good as his opponent's, his movement technique was stronger than Xiao Zhan's. He used the shadow step and easily avoided Xiao Zhan's attack. However, the strong wind brought about by the opponent's hand chop scraped his skin and caused his clothes to tear. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.